All right, so we're gonna go around the room. We're gonna introduce everybody like it's some kind of AA meeting, so everybody understands. Because like there are people in my community, in the PC community, who may not be as familiar with the more prominent members of the console community. So let me introduce what we're here for first. So this is going to be the state of console in Black Desert Online. So this is pretty exclusively the console community talking to us about how they feel the state of their game is going, and what is good about it, what is bad about it, etc. These are some of the console partners and some of the more prominent members of the console community that I'm going to have on the show here. And of course, we're going to be fielding questions from the and suggestions from the audience as well. So let's introduce Janeway first. Guys, we're going to go around, introduce yourself, your platform. If you're on Twitch or YouTube or whatever, give yourself a shout out. And then tell us how long you've been playing on console. Like obviously, like what keeps you playing the game, and like maybe your favorite thing to do within the game as well. And then like why people maybe know you in the community for like Jane here. So Jane, why don't you go first?
Hello, I'm Janeway. I've been playing video since 2019 on console. I run the community Discord called Velia's Rooftops, and that's why I play the game, for the community. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Well, what do you do within the game? What do you like? What do you like in BDO so much?
I like No Balls and Siege. I've had to take a break because of work, but that's primarily what I was into, the PvP scene. And then that's what led me to start the community server. It's pretty good. We've got about 1,800 members. It's cracking along all right.
Oh, that's okay. That's pretty crazy. All right. Jerry, am I saying it right? Jerry?
That Jerry.
I go by many names.
All right. Well, all right.
So my name's J Ray. J
Ray. Oh.
Either works. I've been playing the game for about 4 years now. I play Succession Musa, Succession Mewa. I like to PvP a lot. That's mainly what I like to do, is the siege scene, node war scene, endgame PvP, stuff like that. It's really what keeps me playing, is just popping off. So
right on. Okay. Killer Croc.
Yes, sir. Well, go ahead, Blue.
Bro, introduce yourself, bro. How long you been playing console? I gotta hold on. I gotta pick him up and carry him. Kicking and screaming.
His glasses. Oh my god.
In the background. But hey guys, my name's Killer Croc. Been playing the game since release on console, believe 2019. The thing that keeps me mostly playing the game is the PvP. I really enjoy the PvP, like sending people to node and get sent to node myself. I enjoy making people laugh. That's one of my biggest thing, and one of my biggest thing on console right now that keeps me going is the community, from like wanting to quit or stop playing the game. So yes, sir.
Okay.
That's
What's your favorite thing to do in the game?
PvP, open world PvP.
Oh, what class do you play?
I play level 66 archer. I'm one of the guys that I've always like loved to 1v1 people, even my counters, because I take pride in like understanding the mechanics behind each class and understanding how they work. And I feel like that is like something that everybody should like strive to do, of understanding all the classes in the game, not just the class they play. But yeah, I love the open world PvP. That's my favorite part.
Okay, right on. And who's next up here? We got Lord Squidious, my YouTubing brother.
Yeah, I play Warrior. I've been on the game for like 5 years. I don't really do anything in the game anymore. I sit and idle and wait for a GVG to pop off, and that's it.
So you've been playing console since it released?
Yeah,
right.
I originally started on PC when I got the beta key, and then when it came to console, I rotated over because that's where all my friends were.
Okay.
And yeah, I regret that decision immensely.
Okay, well, we'll get into a little bit why that is as we move through this here. But Ms., I know who Ms. Contagious is. Here we go. Girl.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
I'm Ms. Contagious. You can call me MK for short. I am a safe zone warrior. I like to what do you call life skill And I play shy. I'm a shy main. And
Oh.
a lot of the events that I usually host are for the community and giving you guys some hope in the game for console.
Okay. All right, right on. Ray Dello?
Hi, my name's Rydello. I've been playing video console probably since just a little bit after release. This is my first MMO. I've tried other MMOs and none of their PvP aspect compare. So I can't leave, bro. I'm stuck here. Some of the PC people might know me as the rank 5 Sage. Better than Aurelio, so you know. About it.
Respectfully, Ray Dello, I would not. That is exactly how I thought your voice was going to sound with a profile picture like that. I'm just keeping it 100. I'm just keeping it 100.
Me, bro. That's me, bro.
All right, and Reform?
Hi, I'm Reform, guys. I'm a Sage Witch player. Do a lot of PvE. What people know me for. I'm kind of the J-Kun of console. I spent all my life at Rocks, just the non-Dekia version. I'm on my last piece going for Merchant Ring right now.
Really?
And I love large-scale PvP. Probably my favorite PvP.
Well, it's good to have a fellow bottom in the call with me here.
Hey, Suckwitch goes hard. Don't diss Suckwitch like that.
You said that, but you said you're the J-Kun of console. Ain't nobody could say that unless they're playing from the bottom. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is.
Fair
all right, Whirl.
Hi, I'm Whirl. I play Swan. I like PvP, I guess. I'm trying to figure out what else. I've only been playing video for almost 2 years. So compared to everybody else, I'm fairly new. But yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, you said you immediately were like, yeah, hey guys, I'm a Suckwon, and I was like,
I'm screaming. But yeah, I play Suckwon. It's a toxic PvP large scale class. I used to be a GM, and I've been in the, I guess, like number 1 and number 2 console PvP guilds, which was Flow and Secret.
Okay. Yeah. Right on. Okay.
E-girl perks.
All right. Yeah. E-girl perks. Well, there it is. There it is. And Xenopane, YouTuber, yeah?
Yep, YouTuber. Yo, my name is Xenopane. I made level 64 Awakening Draconia. I dabble in a little bit of everything that Black Desert has to offer. Figured out that the PvP scene was a little too toxic, so I got out of it. So now I just focus on PvE and life skilling, and I focus my guild on recruiting new players and getting their GSs up, so that way if they want to try PvP once they're at a good gear score, they can.
Okay, right on. Yeah, no, that's I for one have never experienced toxicity within the BDO community. It's never happened before. Or back down from PvP because it was too toxic. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, so can I ask, what's the average age?
You forgot about Live from the Toilet.
No, didn't we talked.
No, you didn't.
You skipped
right
him.
past him.
Yeah,
I skipped. Oh, that's my bad. That's how. Yeah, that's my bad. Toilet. That's bro.
I think it was.
He's an awakened warrior.
I think it was a must. Yeah, he played.
Yeah, then his opinion's irrelevant anyway. But go ahead, Liv.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Liv.
He plays block.
Liv is that's crazy. You don't even say
Simulator.
your name right. Nah, what up? It's Live from the Toilet. I've been on BD. I started on PC. I played way back in the day. I was a man up. And then when that blew up, when Lucari left, I came over to console because that's where all my friends went. I've been on BDO, unfortunately, for 5 years plus, giving this game my youth. I used to play Warrior. Now I play DK. I've been having.
Are you just about downgrading? You just downgrade, bro? You went from like that.
Okay.
You went from Warrior to Dark Knight.
Okay. First off,
and you went from being in the best guild on PC to console. Like, what are you like? What happened right now?
Now we know why we skipped him in the first place.
There it is.
Exactly.
I'm into self-punishment, head ass. Nah. Honestly, I just took a break from the game. When I came back, everybody I knew had left, and then all my friends were like, "Man, we're going to console," so I just went with them.
Okay, right on. Yeah. What's your favorite thing to do in the game now?
I PvP. That's really about it. I grind in PvP. I don't touch life skilling, but yeah, grinding in PvP.
Okay, so for those of us in the call, so hold on, let me get the. Can I get average ages? The girls don't necessarily need to answer, but like if you guys could give me like a ballpark, are you guys late 20s, early 30s, mid 20s?
They're boomers.
We're
I'm
all
31.
we're all
I'm
30s.
31. Yeah.
33.
I'm 28.
I'm 27.
I'm 28.
Damn, I'm young as hell.
What are you?
I'm 27.
Oh, my
Right
dude,
above Jerry,
this one
28.
here, bro. Okay, so we're
these
all.
boomers.
So the youngest person in this call is 27 years old, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Wait,
so
hold
I
on,
mean,
for real?
I think
Yeah.
I think that like that's probably a good
Damn, I
example.
feel-
Part of the reason I wanted to ask
young,
that
boy.
question is because it kind of shows you that like the console community is probably just definitely a little bit more aged than maybe the PC community might be, or some of the other communities like that are kind of on console. Because if you look over at like the I don't know, there's kind of a lot of different people that play console. There's like the 15-year-old kid that likes playing Call of Duty, and then there's like you know, us who likes to just relax. Why console? Other than like obviously some of you guys came over because your friends were here, but you stayed. Was it because it's just easier to play console than it is on PC? You know, because like it's got to be relaxing to grind with a controller, bro.
cheaper.
Like it's right, or it's cheaper. Okay, so like go ahead.
Most people that play console, they can't afford a PC that can run video at a good
That's
rate.
not true.
Damn, that's not me.
I don't think that's
wild.
true.
That's
There's a
a
lot
big-
of console
no,
players who
That
play
is
PC.
also
Okay,
why
chill,
that's
chill, hold on.
also why most of your streamers in here are 27 or older, is because the young kids, they can't afford a PC. They got themselves a little Xbox, a little PlayStation. They hop on video. They can't stream, bro.
Well, hold on. I'll just run a.
What?
I mean, I can run a poll. I can run a poll in the chat and see. I mean,
You
I
can
can
stream
see
from your
kind of.
consoles.
I can kind of
Man,
see
I
where
don't-
he might be
nobody's
coming
I don't know
from.
about that one, right, Dello?
Nope,
That might be.
nobody's
That
watching.
might
Well,
be
hold
an
on,
outtake.
hold on, guys. Chill for a second.
They'll take.
I will say, I will say that for the record, that PCs have gotten a lot cheaper since when I started. What he said may have been correct. When I was 16 or 17 years old, yeah, absolutely, I couldn't afford a PC like that. But nowadays, I'd say that a PC that can run BDO is, you know, under $1,000 usually. And then most of those kids, you know, they go out, they get their job. That's like 2 paychecks for them, at most, right?
Yeah,
So,
I don't agree with that statement at all. I think
I was
what
there,
it,
but I was there
what
about the
it-
15-year-old kids, bro.
yeah, you're talking about a small group. It's not many 15.
Yeah, I think that's a niche player base for like there's not a lot of like young kids.
I just
like that
feel
that
like
play
the
BDO.
MMO genre just has old players playing. You don't find many kids playing it.
Yeah, especially BDO. I don't think
Yeah,
young
it's a
like kids in
very-
their teenage years have the
Yeah.
attention span to play a game like BDO.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is my outlook on it. I think a lot of people just want it like what it says. Like you said, console. At the end of the day, not saying you can't plug a controller up to a PC. I think it's just that nostalgia of like, okay, I just want to get on my console and play a game. I don't think it has anything
Can
to do
I
with
make a
age
poll
or-
real quick?
Yeah.
How many of us in this call are sitting at a desk right now?
I'd say most of us were on
I
Discord.
am.
Another desk.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Everybody
I-
here has
I
like
was
a
thinking
PC, 'cause
everyone
we're all
here-
streamers or
yeah.
YouTubers.
Yeah, nobody. I don't know if you're playing if you're playing gaming on a TV in 2024, you're kind of weird. I
Sound
don't.
horrendous.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't.
that
think anyone's
hurts
gaming
my
on a-
feelings.
Well, don't
Okay.
don't you guys know what console players do? You play on like a monitor or a TV.
I
right?
yeah.
But it's- a TV is a
Yeah.
monitor. It's
Yeah.
just a little bigger.
Monitor.
Some people do, but
If
most,
you're
most
playing
players that are
video-
competitive playing on a monitor.
Yeah, you're not playing on
Yeah.
a 60-inch TV. Oh.
For me, it's
Let me just-
progression. I'm 730 gear score. I've done all the journals. I've got my stuff. The idea of having to start again.
Yeah,
and go
I'm that
through
way
all of
too.
that.
Okay.
I just hit a pen debo a week and a half ago.
Okay.
And I don't.
First
Very
of all,
overwhelming to start over.
congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. You guys should just get Vel's heart. I know console is missing a fair amount of content within the game. What are the examples of content that you guys are still missing as of today? I know that like one of them is
Vel the
obviously
boss.
Mountain of Eternal Winter is a big one.
Artifacts.
Artifacts,
Oh, they
Sniper
don't.
hunting.
sniper
my
hunting. Yep.
Hold on, let me write this down.
More ocean
have-
content.
Let's back up for a minute. You guys don't have sniper hunt, but you have mount. Wait,
The
We-
mobs are in the game. Sniper
Yeah.
hunting is not. doesn't make
It's
sense.
not.
Yeah, both in Land of Morning Light and in the Hideout region, Serendia. Yep, we're missing it completely.
Wow. No.
We have
snipe-
Magnus
So
Light.
they
We have
gave you-
Magnus, but we don't have Magnus.
Wait, what do you
Our
mean
Magnus
you have?
is 3 quests long. Accept it.
We
You
don't
walk
have
to a
the
cat
Val
in
boss
Alta
either.
Nova. You
How d-
accept the quest. You get your Magnus skill. That's it.
Yeah. You talk
How
to an
did you get
NPC
them to
to
give you a
get-
3-quest Magnus? We need this. How did
I've
you
done
do
the
that?
Magnus on PC. I wish you guys had it. I hated it.
Yeah.
Same. I
Magnus
hated it
Quest
too.
on PC sucked. I hated
How
that.
did you get them to give you less quests?
Yeah, we also don't have Guild Garmoth or was it Vel?
Vel.
They give us a Vel,
we don't have
everyone
the-
a
we
Vel
don't have
We
heart.
have Guild Garmoth. We don't have
We don't- we
World
don't
Boss
have the-
Garmoth.
Well, they
World
gave
Boss,
you-
yes, our World Boss.
Yeah,
And
but-
we don't have the Vel one either.
But they gave everyone a Velisar for logging in though, right? Or for like hitting 61 or whatever.
yeah,
and then they
Yeah, it was free.
they
Yeah.
addressed the Garmoth issue as well. So I won't put that on the list because like now you get personal scrolls for Garmoth, or we get like 2 personal scrolls
Hey,
or
we
something.
ain't
And
got
we,
AOS.
One.
Put
Which
that-
get one.
We
to
get
be
one.
honest,
Yeah, no AOS either.
I would rather
Valencia RBF.
have like a personal scroll for Garmoth every week, bro. I don't like, but I mean, like, I think that world bosses help bring players together, so I guess maybe not in that case. Would you guys?
We don't have horse racing.
Okay, so you don't have Arena of Solaire, not even the
No.
practice version, right?
No.
Nope.
No, nothing.
Okay, and you don't
We
have
don't
horse
have
racing.
Valencia RBF either.
No Valencia RBF. Okay. Oh my goodness. Like this is kind of crazy.
So we're
We
just
don't
naming
have-
stuff that we don't have.
Yeah,
'Cause
no,
I have
no,
a
this is
list.
what I want. Yeah. What
Yeah,
else are we
don't
missing?
have we don't have the alliance system either.
Yeah, we don't
Oh,
have
yeah,
the
that-
alliance
that's another
system, the
one.
merc system.
Look, War Hero.
Yeah, none of that.
Hey,
No.
Blue, we're also
That honestly
missing the
might be a
stars and
W.
Towers.
Oh yeah, no stars and towers.
We have no
No.
stars and towers.
It's not a W. It's a problem.
Wow.
Isn't our node wars different? Don't they have to go for regions and territories, one and keep a territory or something?
We have
Um,
no Dakaya also. Blue.
Yeah, it's Siege.
No comma
No
Sylvia node war.
Dekia? Okay.
No decade.
Oh, yeah, we don't have comment.
Comma node war. We don't have that.
You don't have Kama Sylvia Node Wars?
Nope.
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 No,
No.
Nope.
Yeah,
we don't have Twitch drops neither. So
Yeah,
for
Twitch drops.
streamers, it's kind of hard to keep people sometimes, for the most part.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there's 0 Twitch drops.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, let's look at this. We're gonna kind of piece this
So,
together.
I
I'll
Also,
have more
one
if you want to keep
thing-
going.
Okay. Yeah. Go
Hold on.
ahead. No, go
Hold on,
ahead.
Blue. This is before they continue. The reason that we're so behind it isn't necessarily the new gen. So our platform, unfortunately, you could have a PS4 and be on console video. You can have the old school Xbox. I think it's like the one,
Yeah.
and they can't handle it. So no matter what they do, our performance is hindered because you can have an old gen system that really can't handle the game, and it's holding everybody else back. So regardless, no matter what they do, they're from our
Okay.
understanding, they're in some so what happened was, and then we're in this weird stage where like on PC they can put a patch through, right, and then there's no, they have to go get approval from Sony and Microsoft. So like we've been held behind a few times on patches where Sony didn't approve, and then the patch got pushed back. Because it's like, oh,
Yeah.
well, somebody didn't sign the agreement or the authorization, so you guys aren't getting this.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
see.
it's normally Sony, so I'm just gonna throw that out there. It's never Microsoft.
Yeah, 90% of the time it is Sony that blocks it. When I went to Boston for the Voice of Adventures, me and Guido got to speak to Jae-hee Kim there, and we were talking with him and his translator, and he even said that the reason we didn't have next gen port was due to PlayStation.
Wow.
But we also don't have
Well-
potato mode. We don't have that option like PC does.
Yeah, we play
Yeah, we're
full
not able to-
remastered, full
So-
graphics.
It's
So-
just, it's just
whoa,
we
okay.
can't change our graphics
All
in
right.
general.
So wait,
Nope.
you can't turn down your graphics at all?
Absolutely
No,
not.
if it's 4K, your game crashes.
You ever been in a
They
dark
won't
cave
add it.
playing a suck Megu? You can't see anything.
You try to turn the brightness, it still doesn't work.
I
No.
mean, dropping down your console settings to 1080p helps a little bit, but not very much.
Bro, there's barely. I say for PC, I run what most people would consider a top end PC, and I can barely run the game in some like aspects of the game. So, like, can I ask how performance is for Node Wars, not Siege?
Terrible.
Can I
Okay,
show you?
whoa, chill.
Can I show you?
One at a time. One at a time.
Evidence.
what you get is people, of course, you don't see anything, the people are invisible, which I know that happens, to everybody. You'll get, even outside of Node Wars, you'll freeze. It's consistent. It used to not be. But just over the patches lately, you'll pretty much, if it's like a good GVG going, you'll probably freeze for a half a second every 30 seconds.
Okay.
Every 20 seconds or some shit like that. Node Wars it's depending on your class. If you're an archer, I'm not gonna lie. If you're an archer or ranger up on a ledge, you're free casting. But you might catch a free train, but if you're like a melee, it's damn near unplayable.
Well, in that regard, we are the same.
Okay.
Also,
Yeah,
can I mention
Hey, Blue.
we're also missing Guido. He's another partner. He's in the waiting room.
I'll pull him up. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
yeah,
So now I gotta move everybody's name.
By the way, because I gotta keep it a buck. Guido is a Radello like sidekick, so you might have to get him on a tangent. That's my boy.
Very funny.
Hey, Blue.
He gets very animated.
Okay.
Hey, Blue.
Well, all right. What's up?
Hey, you mind if I capitalize on what Live was saying earlier?
Go ahead.
About I'm pretty sure all the content creators here can they can back me up when I say this. So like what Live was saying, we have old gen and new gen, right? When new gen first came out, Node Wars and Siege ran perfectly on next gen consoles. We received a patch about 2 months to 3 months after that, where PA basically told us that a lot of the old gen players were complaining about performance and they couldn't keep up with the new gen players. They brought in, I forgot what it's called. I think it was Fidextra, or I forgot what the name of the company
Fidelity,
was.
whatever.
Fidelity, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And basically they put a patch for old gen and new gen, and ever since then, that's when new gen started having like stutter screens. We started having massive freezing problems, and we're talking about like when we first got next gen, there was no updates to BDO or anything. We received next gen and it was like playing a totally different game. And you've been in some of my past streams, Blue. Like, I used to have guys in the PC community used to come in there and used to think that I was playing on PC until I told them that I was on console at that time, until they decided to bring in Fidelity and try to make an old system and a new system perform the same, or on the same level, I should say.
Okay. So, like, obviously, there are a lot of problems, right? And that's fine.
I'm sending you some clips also as a side note, just so you can see how bad it was. It's really awful.
I just want to let you know that J Ray fell out as well. You need to pull him back up.
Oh yeah, J Ray needs to be pulled back up.
Goddamn. Bro, okay, all right. That's what I get for trying to list out the names of everybody every time. All right. That's all right. Okay, so obviously there are a lot of problems with console and kind of the current state of console. I'm curious, like, what keeps you guys playing console currently? Like, what do you really like about the game that is keeping you in this community? Because, like, sadly, most of the time, I'll go through us one at a time. Hold on. Sadly, most of the time, everyone says that the end game of console is to transition to PC, and obviously that's not a healthy state for consoles. So, like, I'll start with Guido and we'll work our way down the list. What keeps you playing console? What do you like so much about it that keeps you here? Guido?
I appreciate it. Yeah, so for me, personally, like a lot of people are saying in chat, for me, you spent all these years on it. The time invested is probably the number one thing for me personally. Okay. And what keeps me going personally is the events that I run and just the homies that I have on here.
So literally the sunk cost fallacy. Like, are you telling me that, like, if you could port over all of your gear right now, that you would just go to PC?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, obviously that's not super great. So, like, Guido, would you be in favor of something that would, like, combine the two communities? Would you like it to be full cross-platform? No, I'm not talking about Xbox and PS4. Obviously, that's already cross-platform. I'm talking about PC and console. Do you think that they should merge the two servers?
Yeah, well, I don't think a merge would work because of the technological disadvantage of console. What would work is a complete transfer, like a complete transfer over to PC. That's what would work.
Well, some people can't do that though, so, like, I don't think that would necessarily be. Screw those people, then, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, that's
money.
It reminds me a lot of the time. It reminds me on here of the people who still don't have a next gen console. you know, we're kind of still waiting for them, and they just PA finally decided now to finally give us an extra import, which may or may not come out during the summertime.
Okay.
So it reminds me of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Guido. Janeway, what keeps you playing console, like long term? What do you like so much about console?
Same thing as Guido, the progression and friends.
Okay,
I've
so your
made
friends.
a lot of friends.
Right.
Yeah, community.
Okay, that's a good
things
answer.
Like that. But yeah.
Okay. So can I ask you, how is the community on console? Do you guys have like Discords that you sit in, or is it like what? Like, is it
Very
like? All right, go ahead.
Console's different from PC in that it appears to be like a lot more social. We are all in each other's guild discords, have community servers like the official one. It's hugely social. Everyone mixes and talks, where PC, to me as an outsider, it looks like they're like little islands. Everyone's sort of separate, not really intermingling too much except through in-game interactions. Console mixes a lot more. Everybody knows everybody. It's a gigantic community.
Okay, well that's really cool. See, okay, all right. So the console community definitely a lot more connected than PC in that regard.
Definitely.
All right, JR3Y.
I mean, I've put a lot of time into this game. I've enjoyed majority of people that I've met on this game. Obviously, you have some losers in the community, but that's in like any community. And I felt like I've spent a lot of time showcasing a class that generally is seen as not very good and showing what it can do.
What do you play?
I play Succession Musa. So
sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So it's just like after all this time I've put into the game, the grind and all that, it's hard to kind of just like, and I've played PC. I have an account on PC that I've grinded on and done AOS on and all that stuff, but just to restart completely over, I just don't see me doing that, especially all the logs and the boring shit like that. I think we could possibly do a merger between console and PC, but it would have to be after next gen. To see how the performance is at that point, and obviously old gen wouldn't be able to participate, but realistically they would have to drop old gen completely. But I think that could be a possible route, but I don't know.
Okay. Janeway, how do you feel about like a potential merger of the two instead of just constantly having people move over to PC?
I like the idea, but I do think it would split the community. There are a few people who don't have PCs, but I think it's the only way to sort of, at this point, save the community as a majority. You're not going to be able to save everyone. And a lot of people, if there was a facility to be able to move over to PC, I think they would go, because there's also a hindrance in the fact that we've all spent money on this game. Why would we go and spend more money in more tents and more everything to get re-established on PC when we've already given the company money for our console accounts? We have to go and pay for it all again just because they can't get console right. So there's a little bit of that element too.
Oh, that's an excellent point. Okay, yeah, no, it makes sense. Killer Croc, what keeps you playing on console? What do you like so much about it? And then would you support a merger?
I would definitely support the merger in the way Guido explained it. If they're basically giving us tickets or vouchers to where we can transfer gear, I think a lot of people would be more accepting towards that idea, not merge PC with the console. One of the biggest things for me that keeps me going and keeps me wanting to play the game, like I said earlier, is like my community. I'm a streamer. One of the biggest motivation I get for keep playing the game is when I go live and my stream is talking to me and telling me about the stuff that they hit. And, it motivates me to go out there and try to chase down, some of the gear that I don't have yet.
I feel that on a spiritual level, man. I get that. Okay, right on. Live from the toilet. What do you like so much about the console? Like, whether it be the community or like the gameplay on console that you like so much that keeps you here?
It wouldn't be the gameplay, just because, like I said, I came from PC. I think what keeps me going, honestly, this is gonna sound corny, but it's just real. I got a few homies on console. If it weren't for them, I would have been left. But shout out to Kobe, Creed, my man Rodello, Jay.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, them. They keep me going, man. When I get on, and we PvPing together, it's definitely just a good feeling. But other than that, there's really, and like I said, the time, man. Unlike other people, I love BDO, but I don't love BDO. Like, I'm not finna do this shit. I've already done it 2 times. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm not about to go do this 3 times and put all this energy in. I don't care that much anymore. It's just a game, so it's just a convenience for me to not get on, hang with my friends, and get off.
Okay. All right. All right. And you would you support, like, if you could still play on a console but be merged with the PC community, would you want to do that?
Would I want to do it? No. Only reason for that is because it's not like I mean, from a PvP aspect, I'm looking at it. It's not going to be the same. Like, what a Zerk can do on console, what a Zerk can do on PC are 2 different things. So,
I mean, do you think that, like, okay, so mouse to move is not a thing on console, obviously, but you do have a joystick. So can you move Zerker in like a similar way with the joystick, or is that not a thing?
You would have to
Not at all.
No.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Mouse
No.
movement is so huge for classes like Zerker.
Nothing. You can't do anything like that on console.
Well, to be fair, the devs are already talking about removing mouse to move.
Oh, really?
Well,
Oh.
I mean, they've
Nice.
hinted at it before. They've already removed some aspects of mouse to move from the game. They're kind of easing us into it over time, but they have definitely like hinted at it in the past. So like it's not something that I would necessarily be super crazy worried about. It's something that only certain classes like Berserker benefit tremendously from, and then other classes don't get to do it all, basically. So, okay, Lord Squidious, what keeps you playing console and making like content for console and enjoying that community versus just going over to PC?
Literally nothing. I don't play the game. I hop on and go to GVGs occasionally. I literally nothing. I sit in Heidel all day. I wait for a GVG to pop off. I go to the GVG, fight for an hour or 2, get off the game. That's what I do. I don't do anything else.
Okay, all right. So to not be a complete negative Nancy, there are people on PC that play the game in the same way. So they would say that, well, I really only play the game for like the GVGs and the open world stuff. And that's fine. But what keeps you playing the open world on console that you like so much versus just going to do that same thing on PC?
I treat it like a fighting game to some degree, where it's like, since I don't have a queue up system, I can't just queue up for AOS, because that's what I would do. I would play AOS all day and then do Node Wars and Siege, and the combat really is the interesting thing. So that's the only thing I guess that keeps me returning. But in terms of like just anything that keeps me here, nothing really. I just don't have another game that I'd like to play right now. If there was another interesting game that I would enjoy playing, I think I would hop off BDO and leave it behind.
I mean, that's the same for anybody could say that. Yeah, it is a video game like anything else, but like we come back to BDO because it's like a long-term grind versus, you know, some of the other games that like you enjoy it for a while and then you're done and then you kind of go back to BDO again. But okay, Miz, what keeps you playing console?
What keeps me playing consoles? I love getting farmed. My people.
Oh.
What?
Alrighty then.
And making them feel better about themselves that they beat a shy, so then they continue playing, and then we have more players.
Jesus Christ, you're doing God's work. Oh my fucking God.
Oh my God, bro.
Is this real?
Who literally was just getting up? She's like, I'm just a bottom. And he's like, yeah, you are. Like, yo, chill, bro. Like, chill out. All right. So honestly,
Hey, yo.
you are doing the Lord's work, letting people get kills. But like, also, can you summarize this in like a more succinct way? Why do you like playing PC? So you like supporting your friends, right? Like you like supporting them. It's not about necessarily a kill feed. Why do you like life skilling so much?
Because I don't really like PvP as much, and I want to like make people have egos. So I just go kill something that won't kill me. Like life skilling. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I enjoy life skilling too. We also enjoy killing people though, so there's that. Okay, all right. So Ray Dillo, what keeps you playing console?
So I dabbled into trying out PC. There was a time when I actually quit BDO console for about a 2-month period.
Okay.
I went over to the PC side, swiped my little credit card, bought the tent, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
$300 for a perfect fairy, did it. Oh, you know what I'm saying? I did all the money parts of it. went ahead and did the Magnus quest line, did the whole regular quest line, did my journals, and then I got to the point where I looked at a grind spot and was like, yes sir, time for circles. And I was like,
well, you don't have to go in a circle.
Damn.
We got squares, we got pentagons, we got octagons, and pick a shape that you like.
Look, I realized I'm a man that works 60-hour work weeks, and it's not realistic for me to do that all over again from the start, bro. It just ain't realistic. Will I go to PC if I could transfer my gear over? Yes. Will I go to PC if it will I enjoy a cross-play when we get next gen port? Yes. But they could have like a cross save. That's a third option. They could have cross save. I'd be down for that.
What is cross save? Could you explain that to me real quick?
Cross save would be so the communities is still separated, but your account is on both platforms, and the progression it sticks together.
Okay, so you can choose to play with just console players, or you can play with like everyone. Okay, how do you feel like that would work with like Node Wars and Siege? Wouldn't that kill like large scale?
That's probably
and
the
open world PvP?
one thing that's a little iffy on that side. But
the playing together aspect of the game?
Just the Node War and Siege. Probably just the Siege side of things, really.
Okay,
the
so
Node War thing that's not really that big of an issue, but the Siege itself, owning Siege territories, that'd probably be a bigger issue.
That'd be a little rough. Okay, all right. Reform. What keeps you playing console, Big Man?
I came over here much like Guido and my group of friends. I'm a Neverwinter refugee. When Neverwinter shit, I came to BO, fell in love with its combat. From there, I just kind of stuck around with my friends, and although my friends have taken repetitive breaks, I just keep making gains, and it's just come down to progression.
Okay.
I really don't want to like start over and like I said, I've hit like goals I never thought I'd achieve, and then have all my journal done.
Right.
Dabbled into PC. I don't think I'd want to start over. I did start the Magnus, and I got like 86 quests in, and I was like, man, I don't want this.
It's just not the same as the 3 quest one and done.
Well, no, I dabbled into the Magnus before console had even gotten the quest. I was like interested in checking out AOS and that kind of stuff. If I could go to PC, yeah, I probably would. If there was a cross-play, I don't think console would be in as bad of a state as like Guido was saying. And the reason I say that is we have many console players, Delo, and a couple of people that have gone over, and they're top 5 at their class in AOS. And no one gets to top 5 by being shit at the game. And yeah, you have certain classes like Zerker and Lon who have mouse to, but these players are still competing with other players who can mouse and still being top of their class, right?
Okay, Reform, your activation on your microphone. You
gotta put your mic.
I'm playing.
My mic is like in my face.
I'm playing Mad Libs.
You might
with
have to turn
your
down,
sentences.
I think you have to turn down your noise reduction.
Yeah, either you can turn off the noise reduction or you can turn down your activation point. Is fine too. So hold on. There are people in this call that were top 5 AOS on PC.
Yeah.
Okay, who is that?
That's me, baby.
Who is that?
Cabin.
Young King Ridello, baby.
Were you playing with a controller when you did it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, most of the players that have gone over are controller, and they're at the top.
What class were you playing, Ridello?
Sucks age.
So I'm gonna say this because it's more. There's more. So you have Curvy, you got Kobe. I know Creed's never been, but you got console players who go and play with a controller.
Yeah, Kobe is a Zerker too.
Yeah, and I'm not talking shit about PC, but they get dogged by console people. So it's not necessarily there's a skill.
I'm not talking shit, but you're getting dog shit on by a console player.
Yeah, well, because they always say like, no, and I say that, but they say console this. If they came over to here, they would. But and I know for a fact there's another guy, even though he gets on his name is Jay. If he went to PC and did AOS, I know he, you know what I mean? So it's never the fact of, they're scared or, cause I see that a lot in a couple of PC. It's just, bro, nobody wants to do this shit again. I think that's like the big downfall
Okay,
of it.
well,
Like,
hold on. Before we go off on this tangent, thank you.
Yeah.
We got to finish what Reform was saying,
My
but
fault, my
like,
fault.
you're good. Reform. So you guys actually genuinely don't believe it would be a problem? You guys think that you could be competitive in PvP if console came over? Like, you can think you could be just as competitive with a controller, because this is a reservation for a lot of players, especially on the PC side of things. Obviously, people think that people playing with a controller just can't compete with a mouse and keyboard, and it's not like this for a lot of games. Do you feel like that would be like this for BDO? Go ahead.
This
Reform.
might be a hot take, but I think your average BDO console player that's playing on a controller has a higher skill level or a higher skill floor than your average PC PvP player. And this is based on observation and me also playing, and then watching people like Radello and other people from console who are playing in AOS practice on PC on controller, just playing against people like Goldstein and Flannels, and they're literally winning against these people. And these are top players in PvP. And yeah, obviously it's an AOS setting. Anything can happen. Team comps, whatever situational. But like, I think your average console player the skill floor is a lot higher than the average PC player.
Okay.
Again, might be a hot take, but
yeah. So I just want to confirm that we're talking about the same thing, because when you say skill floor, the definition of skill floor that many players understand is it's how difficult a class is to pick up and play. So you think that it's more difficult to pick up and play a class on console as a general rule than it is on PC?
Okay, maybe I used the wrong wording.
Skill ceiling. Skill ceiling is the highest. Yeah, skill ceiling would be the highest possible level a class can be played at.
What he's trying to say is, y'all have more shit player. Y'all shit players are worse than our shit players. That's what he's trying to say.
Oh my.
Okay. Bro, I'm trying to keep this shit talk between
average. I think your average console player just has more base skill on a controller than your average PC player does on a keyboard. Now, that's not saying it, because there are some very good PC mouse and keyboard players who will just absolutely annihilate a top-end controller player.
Well, I would say that is generally true, because the skill floor on console is lower than it is on PC.
I just don't see how this is helping our state of console.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
So, like, it's important to outline, like,
this is going in the part of if we were to have a cross-play or have our servers merged, I don't think console would be in as much of shambles as people are saying. I think our players will be okay. And as you've probably seen on PC too, they're implementing a lot more abilities to like reduce mouse to move and implement more turn your screen to apply that skill in that direction. So I think console will be okay if that were to happen.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Let's go to Whirl. Whirl, why do you like playing on console as opposed to maybe coming over to PC? You're a Suckwon PvE player, right? Or you played in PvP a lot, but like.
Yeah, I'm a PvP player for the most part, besides Olin's. I will just say, like, BDO as a whole, I like the game, the combat metrics, especially since my class flies and shit, but I would definitely go to PC. I'm not gonna lie. I played PC on AOS, it just started, but yeah, the lag is terrible.
Okay.
The community on console is terrible.
Okay,
I think
let's elaborate a little bit on that.
That.
Let's elaborate on that. Why do you think that the community on console is terrible? Is it because there's not enough people?
There's no content.
It's no content, and I feel like a lot of people are bored IRL, so they come on here and like let you know they live in a basement.
Oh,
so yeah.
Well, Whirl, if you think that it is any different on PC, let me just clear that up for you right now. There are more of them here. Like the people that love to just like sit at home and play video games all day, that's all of us. We all love doing that.
No lifers. Woohoo!
Yeah. So like, what would you consider content? Could you define the word content for me, Whirl? Because you said there's not enough content. So what do you find is content?
I feel like content is stuff that's new, stuff that's fresh. We're fighting at giants every day, 4 o'clock in the morning for some people, 4 p.m. after work for others. Is this the same stuff? It's not new fights. It's not new guilds. It's not new like content. Nothing's fresh. Everything's recycled and reused, honestly.
Okay. Do you feel, Whirl, do you feel like it kills any of the hype? So like if if PC gets something and you guys have to witness all of the PC like creators basically playing it before you guys do, and then you guys get it, do you feel like there's less hype involved in that, or do you feel like it's like the same amount of hype for the community? You don't really
I
feel
feel
any
like
difference?
there's less hype because I'm in a few PC servers, such as Kufu's. I'm in yours now, and seeing like the other players that play on my class and stuff like that. Oh my god, my phone! But seeing the other players play on the same class I play, and seeing like updates like, oh, we're getting damage and all this other stuff. 90% of the time, we don't even get it because we're getting the update like 2 weeks later, sometimes 4 weeks later. So we're not seeing those like broken patches of like Sucklon being like OP or other classes like Zerk and Warrior, etc. So
We
Right
also
on.
don't have like global labs like where you can like test stuff on the servers like you guys do for PC.
Okay.
Like we can't even do that like at all.
Okay, so let me get to Xenopane first, and then I'll start addressing some of this other stuff. But okay, that's excellent insight.
I got you,
Xenopane,
Creed.
what keeps you on console?
Just helping out the new players, because like what Worrell said, the community on here is kind of trash and very trolling, but you know, that's with every MMO. But I pride myself in actually helping new players because Black Desert Online could be super overwhelming for a lot of new players, and then if they got to deal with assholes all the time, a lot of people will quit. And I like trying to, you know, I'm only one person, but I like to try to keep those new players in the game so that way PvP can eventually change, and just so we can get more people on the console community before they end up just bouncing out.
Okay. All right, right on. All right, so now we floated through that. We talked a little bit about what we like so much and what we don't like so much. Ironically, a lot of the answers were the community, for one reason or another, whether you liked it or you didn't like it. Can I ask, firstly, how do you guys know what is coming in an upcoming patch? How do you guys find that out? Is
We
it like a
don't.
ping in
We
Discord?
don't.
So
No, I got this.
so-
I got this.
Oh, you got to go to.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so you open up your phone 1 hour before the patch comes out, and you open up your phone on the BDO Plus app, and then there's the patch notes right there, and then you get like a 1 hour sneak peek where you can update your console. There you go.
We literally know as much as the community knows. Like they don't
Really?
tell us partners
Yeah, we
anything.
Okay,
do that
okay.
shit at 3 a.m.
Well, no, it's not just about
so they
partners.
no
It's about
so they
players.
used to so no they used to do an update stream, but unfortunately they never really went into detail. They just said that they were shifting people around,
Yeah.
and so they took
I
that
know.
away from
Well,
so they
here's
took that
the
away from
problem.
us.
Every time you
Trina.
well, hold on. Here's
Yeah,
the problem.
we missed them.
Yeah, here's the problem. See, because I used to be in those streams. The problem with every time they go live with something with console is that everyone starts spamming chat with crazy amounts of negativity. So if you want console streams, you gotta stop screaming with all caps every time they go live to give you some sort of content.
That's never gonna happen.
That's not gonna happen. That's
I
just
get that.
console in
Never
a
happen.
nutshell, unfortunately.
I don't think that's a issue on our part. That's their own issue.
That's fair. I mean,
If,
but
if they don't want
that's
negative
their
feedback, they
problem.
should give positive content, right?
They propagated that.
Yeah. So yeah.
I
so
was
hold on.
there
All right,
at,
everybody-
at Long Beach
Okay,
when
clear-
that happened.
Clear comms. Okay. So, like, to give a productive answer to this, I think that it is a big problem that you guys have no idea what you're receiving for the week until you're literally booting up your console to do the patch. I think that that's a big problem. So, like,
every 2 weeks. Sorry.
Oh, every 2 weeks. Okay, so you guys get a patch every 2 weeks, whereas PC is
Yeah.
getting one every week. So I apologize. That's a problem in and of itself, but it's not one that I think that we can necessarily like look at and give a.
Well, and that's what I was
answer to.
saying, Blue.
But
was
like,
that
well, hold on.
Sorry.
I think that like a big problem is that you guys don't know what is coming until you have it. So I think one of the big things that like, would it be better? Like, can we all agree that it would be better if they gave you like even 1 day's notice on like, hey, here's what is coming with this patch? Do you guys get like a? I mean, PC gets like we get like a ping like the day before, or like usually it's like 15 to 24 hours before the patch. Like, hey, here are the major updates that we're going to be getting. Do you guys get that, whether it be on Twitter or in Discord at all? Do you guys get any sort of ping like that?
This is what they've done for the past few times, and someone can tell me from. One time they just did a random world chat, a little like it was like random. Nobody knew. They just got in world chat and was like, tomorrow's update, you guys will be getting Elvia, and then we were like, oh, okay, cool. And
Oh,
then
that's good.
this recent time with we finally got C20 and everything. They just dropped a random video, I don't even know how to explain it. It was just like a cryptic ass video of a warrior running through. What was that, Guido? He's like running through town, and you heard the noise of like Kaffir's going in, but it wasn't. Yeah. So you didn't really. You had to kind of speculate. It wasn't.
You had to guess.
You had to guess. It was no
a riddle.
confirmation.
It was a riddle.
Well, that's
Yeah.
at
But
least
You
something.
remember why we got that message in the world chat or whatever? It was because our update ended up getting delayed anyway.
Yeah, literally
the only
10
reason we even
minutes
got that.
before. So 10 minutes before
We
the
got
servers
delayed.
were supposed to shut down, they canceled the update and said it was gonna get delayed a couple weeks later. 10
That was the
minutes
only
before
reason
it's
we even
supposed to
got
get
that
shut
message.
down. Yeah.
Oh,
They're like,
okay.
oh, sorry, we're shutting it down. We're not shutting the servers down. The update got delayed. 10 minutes
well,
where it's supposed to get shut down.
You know what? I'm okay with that. I know that sounds crappy. It might be a bit of an L take, but I'm okay with them doing that. At least they did. Hey guys, it's just not ready. It's better to give you like 10 minutes notice and say that the patch is delayed than to give it to you and have it be a complete disaster because something is fundamentally wrong with it, in my opinion. So,
I get that,
I agree.
but
I
I
would-
feel like they should just wait and then give the update and at the actual date and like
Well,
just
it's
take the time that
possible.
you need instead of getting everybody hyped up for that.
Well, it's possible that they really did believe they were going to give it to you, and then at the last minute they discovered some game-breaking bug and they had to fix it. Like, we don't know exactly. I will say that the way they handled it, probably not the best, but like I'm just going to give the CMGM team the benefit of the doubt on this and say that like they did the best they could there. That being said, overall, more prior notice on patch notes and what is coming to console would be an objective W for the entire community. Plus, it would help creators like myself or you guys actually make patch note content that could like bring the console patch notes to people. Okay, so
It would be
now
nice.
now I do want to talk a little bit about your PvP scene. How does your like siege scene look? We'll start at the top and work our way down. Is your siege scene just like completely dead? Are there just guilds just sitting in castle, or are there fights every week? Does it feel fun to play? I'm not
It's
sure.
like a fight every 3 weeks.
There's
seems
one
like-
fight every 3 weeks on which region?
Yeah.
A random region.
Do you guys have capped siege?
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
planned. Also, it's just random.
We have one uncapped and 2 capped at different levels.
Okay, so you guys have. all
Medai
right.
is uncapped and Calf and Valor are capped.
Okay, so it's still different than PC, but they rotate the regions from time to time for us, so it is what it is. So that like one fight every 3 weeks is a pretty dead siege scene. So do you think that this is a problem with not enough people doing siege, or do you think that this is a problem because the scene just hates each other and doesn't want to talk to each other?
So
Community.
basically,
It's a
with
community
this,
problem.
Let Jerry go. Let
there's
Jerry go.
there's three territories, right? And across those territories, one siege runs like absolute dog shit.
Okay.
All right, so it's just that in itself is its own separate issue. But on top of it, it's like we have 3 end game alliances. One of the alliances is Flow. They got a couple guilds, Arsha, and then they got Threat, Defy. We got Sacred. Sacred's got Sacred and Sacrament. Sacred's the #1 guild, and then we have another siege guild that runs with 10 other guilds. So it's just like, and then there's nothing else.
What?
Because the console
Yeah,
player base is
that's nameless. That
Endgame
guild,
Siege just get zerged. Whatever
We're-
the
It's not an
Giga Alliance
exaggeration
places
either.
Okay,
on.
all right. Well,
Yeah.
hold on. This is typical in any community. The bottom end siege guild, or the bottom, like the lowest tier, top end siege guild, is always the one that allies with like 12 guilds because they can't beat anyone by themselves, so they have
Well,
to take all
what
the
they-
little guilds and run people
What
over.
they
and
not
do,
stuff.
good,
Blue,
unfortunately.
what they do, Blue, is since there's 2 capped sieges, what they do is they go around and they get all the guilds that shouldn't really be in the end game siege. So like if we had Balanos siege, it'd be a different story. Then you can send a bunch of these guilds over there. But what they do is they get a bunch of these Tuvala Timmy guilds,
Mhm.
and since it's all capped content, it's just body bagging, just over and over and over
Well,
again.
that's,
And it's never really a fight. So that's like part of the problem.
well, that's honestly, in my opinion, if there are actually players showing up for the siege, that's fine. I mean, in PC, we had a different problem where we had people blocking placements for siege. Do you guys have people blocking siege placements
Yes.
at all?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it that same alliance?
Yep.
Okay, well, we got to talk. Well, we got to talk to
They
these
use the
people.
T1 guilds to block the nodes or like all the popular placements that are optimal. They will take the T1 guilds, have them placed there, and then they'll be feeding their other guilds nodes throughout the week so they can drop on Saturday. And then they will have those guilds placed on whatever castle they set their mind to. If they're going to go Valencia, they're going to take all the spots in Valencia that are optimal to make sure that no other guilds can have optimal placements, and then they'll just body bag the fort down.
Yeah, and like we said, our performance is so like your game just will
It just
dies. You can't do anything. You're just throwing the abilities, archers from So
well, I mean,
yeah.
PC
So
has
shout
a
out to
similar
Nameless.
issue. Yeah, PC has a similar.
Not as
similar
bad
issue.
as ours. Not as bad as ours. I sent you the clips of what it looks like. It's terrible. You should go look at that. It's awful.
The console probably has the worst lag of any like server or region across the world. And the reason I think that is because you guys are locked into remastered. Before I get into that problem, let's talk a little bit about what do you guys feel needs to be done with the siege scene to spice it up? Do you think if they actually took away 2 of the regions and they made one capped and one uncapped, do you think that would help make more fights?
They did that already. It didn't work. There was 19 forts in the game melted and turned to mayonnaise.
Oh, shout out to Squidious. No, honestly, and the only thing that I've heard people say is take away the silver and make people like actually just want to fight. The silver, the payouts is what I hear people say killed our siege scene, because now it's just shit. I'm just gonna feed people, feed the lower guilds.
Okay, so you mean when you say take away the money, you mean take away the money for placing?
I mean, yeah. Like if
so
you
like
win,
the 150
you win,
mil. Yeah, so if you win, you get the 3 bill, right? Don't take that away, right? Like the 1 through 7 guilds.
Keep that, but everything else take that away.
I need to clarify so that people understand.
Yeah, because that would break the alliance.
We advocate for that on PC as well. We struggle with this on PC as well. But like, do you guys think that like, all right, so what's the solution here for Siege? Like, do you guys think that like lowering it to like a 50-man cap so that there's like less people, or like capping the amount of forts that are allowed on the Siege?
Capping the forts will be nice.
Okay, like does anybody have any suggestions for like either the performance for Siege or just getting more fights for Siege?
I think both need to happen.
Both are problems,
yeah.
Okay.
I would rather I think they need to separate the T1 siege. I think Balanos and Serendia need to come back, and then if you own a T1 node, depending on the tier of the T1 node, you can only drop on Balanos and Serendia, so that way alliances cannot abuse T1 guild placements to block, so that way they can have their own siege and they can fight amongst themselves and have their own capped siege. And then the major guilds, that's still an issue with blocking with other guilds that are possibly going up above T2 plus or T3 plus. So for there, I don't know what the solution would be, but I think that separating T1s to Serendia and Balanos would be a decent option, at least to solve some of the placement issues.
And they could add Balanos and stuff like that, but the number one thing that they really need to just have every possible person working on is making sure the game works. Like everything we're saying about swapping castles, swapping caps, whatever, is so irrelevant if the game just continues to run like shit.
Yeah, I mean, we feel the same way on PC, but like honestly, we just had War of the Roses yesterday. 600 people were standing in the same place at the same time, and there was very little lag, which is crazy to me.
Really smooth.
Yeah,
I was watching the Cho fight. It was very smooth.
It was very, very smooth. Yeah. So like we know that it is capable. Like the servers at least are capable. On our end, it is a server thing. On your end, I think that it is probably primarily a hardware issue. Like you guys have to run the game in remastered. I don't know
if they have said we have memory leak issues.
Well, we have memory leak issues too, yeah. But like so you have to run the game in remastered. Is there any precedent for like turning down graphics in other MMO games? Like can you turn down your graphics in any other console game? I don't even think that's a thing, right?
Yes,
you can.
Yeah, you can. No, you can't. You definitely can. There's a handful of games, not
like for example, like Elder Scrolls, you
can
change like the graphics. If you have like the older console, they have a section where you can change the graphics to that.
Okay.
To set to your old
games,
console. So
even games with like an indie company that can do that too, like Craftopia. That game came out forever ago and was an indie studio, and they even implemented stuff like that. That was like a very small studio that came out, and they were able to implement like graphical changes as well to turn down everything. You could turn down, the all the settings that were necessary to make the game run optimally. If a studio that small can do that, why can't a mega corporation like BDO do that?
Well, like you were saying
Pluribus?
before, it's usually Sony or Microsoft that like are like the throttle. So it's possible they tried doing this. Have you guys I don't know how much contact you guys have.
It's not even that. I remember the stream. It was Trent and Sherna streaming, and they had mentioned, it was Trent that said this, that he said there was not enough data that supports lowering graphics would do anything for console performance. He literally said that. I wish I could go back and find the stream, but I was there in that stream. I saw it, and
all right,
he
so the
said
problem
that,
is
which is
fundamentally,
nonsense.
which is nonsense. Okay, well, if it makes you guys feel better, we've been preaching issues with the game for years that they also said that, oh, there's not enough data. This has always been a problem with Pluribus. They just sit in their office, they look at the spreadsheets and stuff, and they're not listening to what the players are actually saying. So fundamentally, is there anyone in this call that disagrees that if you could turn down the graphics, the game would just be objectively a better experience for console players? Does anyone
if it truly
disagree with
fits
that?
performance.
Yeah, I think not only graphics is an issue, but frames are an issue too. We're limited.
Graphics are frames,
The graphics are frames.
right?
Wow.
Like that's like if you like if
That's
I
why
turn
people
down my
playing
graphics,
potato mode on PC, so they
Correct.
get optimal frame. Yeah, you ever seen that RuneScape
The way I
mode?
look at it is that's to be seen when we get next gen port.
Yeah, if we get it.
Because we don't even know how the game's gonna run when we get that.
That's if we get potato mode with next gen.
Wow.
Okay, so like, well, it doesn't necessarily have to be potato mode, but even just being able to turn your graphics down to medium would help your FPS tremendously. You probably wouldn't have to jump running through Heidel on your horse. You guys don't have tier 10 horses, right?
At this point.
That's
we have
another
T10
issue.
horses.
We do.
Yeah.
I love floating in the air. I'm at
you do
tier
have
10.
T10
I'm getting
horses?
stuck. Yep.
It's speed limited
Just
through
can't run
town
it.
still.
Yeah,
but
we have T10 horses, but you
you
can't
can't-
run through any safe zone in the game anywhere, including Land of the Morning Light. It's a
Yeah.
nightmare.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we didn't even bring that up. Yeah, you can't run on your horse inside the safe zones.
You can't fly on a T10 Pegasus through a
What
town
happens?
or over a town either.
What happens?
They disabled it.
It's just disabled.
What do
yeah,
you mean it's
we had
disabled?
it. We had it in the first day when T10s first got released on console. You fly over a town like Heidel. The next patch, they disabled because they said, I don't know what the reasoning was. It just said temporarily or disabled flying in safe zones on a T10 Arduino.
We recently on our Doom horses, I think unless the free one they gave, you could do 2-seater, but anything prior to that you couldn't do 2-seater. So the Doom horse was like negative noise.
Yeah, you couldn't do 2-seater for like what, 3 years or whatever, however long it was out there. Yeah, there was no 2-seater active on that thing.
Okay.
Until the free
You
one
can't
came
see
out.
some outfits. You can't see if there's more than like 3 or 4 people in an area. You can't see other people's pearl outfits, your costumes.
Yeah, they put the default costume on your character.
You can't assemble open world and do a fashion show because you can't see anything except it's
He said fashion.
The real
Why are we buying outfits?
Yeah. Well, so that's
Okay.
That's a major issue. Major
Yeah.
But
issue.
I think not being able to sprint on your horse in safe zones, that is actually terrible.
Do you think it's a
Especially
server
in Land of
issue?
Morning Light, because Land of Morning Light has some massive safe zones, and you're like stuck walking through the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so assuming the next gen port comes through in the next, 6 to 10 months, and I'm not sure what their timeline on it is. Do you think that the performance issues? Do you think it's going to get way better? Do you think that importing it over to the next gen is going to make the game a much better experience for console? I'll start with Guido. Well, hold on, let's start with
I would
Guido.
hope so.
Yeah, I think so. They said that there's a showcase of that coming out in summer, so we're all eagerly waiting for that.
Okay, do you
I
think?
do think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Guido, do you think that this fixes a lot of the issues that we're talking about here, like these performance issues and everything? Like, do you think that maybe they'll be able to push content out to you faster at all, or?
I think because we had it at one point when the next gen consoles were initially released back in 2020 for a very short amount of time, and then we got the FSR introduced on console, which absolutely ruined it.
Okay.
That's responsible for the majority of why the performance became the way it is. It's like the FSR 2.0, 1.0, whatever it is.
Mhm.
And we never got that updated, so that just destroyed console. But yes, I do think that the performance would be better.
Okay. Janeway, how do you you said you
I can't
brought
wait
up the
for it.
fashion shows. Do you think the fashion shows are going to be a thing? Like, do you think you're going to be able to see everyone's outfits? Like, what I'm asking you is, do you think it's a performance issue on your end? Do you think that the console, like, machine itself
No.
is the problem?
No.
Okay, so
I
what do you
don't.
think the problem is?
I think it's an engine issue and how they've built it for console. I do think the game will run better once we have next gen, but it's more than costumes. The game never changes. 365 days a year. Well, we got stuff for Christmas, but you know how when you have Halloween, you have events and you've got your boss and you go and do all that sort of stuff. Or we haven't had an event or the map fundamentally changed to be interesting in years. So people just load in and everything every day is the same. So if we were able to have next gen, perhaps they could bring events back. And I know it's just like a weekly thing and you can go do some quests and stuff like that, but it's something to do.
You guys don't get events?
Yeah. Rarely. We get some decorations for Halloween and Christmas, but we don't. Termian Beach. The last time we had Termian Beach event was 3 years ago. We last had a Thanksgiving event 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, like the first year we got a lot of good events, and then they just keep giving us half-ass events. Like a quest
we
here.
get the challenge rewards.
So it's just challenge
So
rewards.
next gen will help. Yeah, so we just accept it from our challenge rewards. So next gen will help, I believe, but it'll also make our gaming experience just a little bit more engaging.
I don't respectfully, sorry, Jane. I don't mean to cut you off, but I don't think that the next gen helps with events. Events are planned and run typically by the CMGM team.
No. Yeah, it will. It's why we're not getting them. We don't get them because people can't assemble you can't have too many people in an area. We can't have snow. We can't have all sorts of things.
So do you mean, so you're talking about like CMGM events like in like where everyone comes together. What about like, do you guys get like gathering events?
She's talking about the turkey spawning in as a world boss. She's talking about
the ice dude, like the winter.
Bree's sister during Halloween. Talk about Grandpa Chrome floating around on his sleigh.
They drop presents.
Well, they
and stuff.
could do events like that. They just have to. They just have to think outside the box a little bit more on it.
We got that 1 year. The first year we got all those events, and then after that, they literally gave us half-ass events, like just a quest. Go to your Blacksberry, accept the quest. There's your reward. Or go to your challenge reward. There's your quest.
Man, I wish we got events like that.
2 years they didn't even decorate. So it would be Halloween. You wouldn't get anything.
Like
there would be nothing.
You know that recent event y'all had on PC where you went to the underwater castle by Land of Morning Light and you fought the dragon
the Sea Palace. Yeah.
We ain't get that. We ain't get that.
Tragic.
So,
well, I think that they're trying to avoid grouping you guys up in like one area. But like any event that like didn't necessarily group you up. So like, do things still like drop like from mobs and stuff? Do you still get those events? Like
yeah, we get that
occasionally.
Oh, okay. Well,
sometimes.
That's something. I think that what they're probably doing is they're trying to keep you from grouping up in one area, but like they could give you a version of these events that you could maybe run on your own, or maybe with your guild or whatever. I think that like more events should be guild oriented probably in that case. Do you think that that would help? Like the kill a turkey event, for example. What if the guild master was given a scroll like once a week or whatever, and then like your guild had to go out and kill the turkey or whatever, but like that was only just for your guild, kind of like they did for Garma. Do you think they can run more events in that case like that? Or do you think, again, this is just going to be an engine, like, total failure?
Like, they could, but...
they could, but... That sounds boring. The whole point, like, on PC, you have an event. Say it's Termian Beach. You all go down there. You got your little quests you do. The map looks different. You do stuff. You see other players in one area. You're not riding forever to finally see somebody.
You farm them?
What? Yeah, so I think next gen will help with that and our ability to PvP.
Do you feel, Janeway, do you feel the game is populated as it is now? Do you feel like there's enough do you feel like there's a lot of players? Does the world feel alive to you?
Every month it feels like there's less. No, it doesn't.
Okay. All right, Jerry. JR3.
I mean, events are cool. All this shit is cool, but it really does boil down to the same thing. Our performance is horrible.
Well, do you think
Like
the next gen
nothing.
is going to fix that?
I mean, it better. If it doesn't, then they better drop a merge, or not a merge, but a PC transfer that same week. Like it has to, or else it's just cooked. And it's unfortunate. They want to keep old gen, and they want to do all this shit because they're trying to get any bit of money that they can. But it's just like it's clear they don't care. So if they want to retain player base, they either need to drop a successful next gen port with the ability to actually lower our graphics if we need to, and then we can talk about events and all this cool stuff. But the bottom line is performance is ass. And if we can't even play the game, then you're going to keep seeing the game get deader and deader. Like there's literally not that many people that play on console anymore. So it's either that, and if they mess up the next gen port as bad as we all kind of think they are going to, then you just better drop a transfer to PC that same weekend. There's just no other way to put it.
Okay. Killer Croc, how do you feel about it? Do you feel like that the performance issues of console, which I'm gathering are like the biggest issues on console, are the performance issues? The next gen port, do you think you also need to be able to turn the graphics down too, or do you think the next gen port just solves it? Killer, wake up.
Did Grandpa fall asleep again?
Yeah, he's asleep.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's
Again,
gone,
it's
bro.
crazy.
He's gone. He's
All right,
gone.
live from the toilet.
One
never
second,
mind,
I'm
he
on a
back.
phone call, y'all.
Yeah, yeah.
One
Can you
second.
repeat the question, Squadron? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
'cause-
Now, do you feel that the next gen port is going to solve the issue altogether, or do you feel like you need to be able to turn down the graphics too? So they need to, when the next gen port comes, you also need to be able to turn down the graphics too.
So yes, we need to be able to cut off like how you guys can do like the shading, the what is the quality of the grass and all that shit. Like yes, hopefully like Jerry was saying, everything else sounds nice and sweet to have, but the main thing is performance. I want to be able to get on and have a fluid experience in the game. If I can't do that, then I don't want to do anything else. So hopefully it does. I want it to, just like everybody else. I think we all play the game because we love it. We stick around because we love it, but it's at the point it's just not enjoyable. So hopefully that when they do drop the next gen patch, it does fix everything that we're looking for as far as game optimization, graphics, just performance. Like Jerry said, it's gonna push performance. That's all we want. I don't think there's one thing that happened to us that they didn't bring up was they took our RBF away, right? For what was that, 3 months or something?
It was a while, yeah.
Yeah, it was like 3 months. Yeah.
And
Did they tell
they
you
told
why?
us, hey, well, performance. They were working on performance. And then they were like, yeah, when it comes back, we're gonna give you guys Valencia RBF, and then it came back, and then it was nothing. We never even got the Valencia RBF, and RBF actually ran worse than it did. So that's, like I said, our disgruntlement comes from false promises every time. It's, hey, we're gonna do this, and then they do it, and then nothing happens, and it doesn't change, and then we're just getting cooked. So
Okay. All right, Squidious. What do you feel fixes the performance issues?
I'm hoping the next gen fixes it, but like I have my doubts in terms of like whether or not that will truly fix the issue, because like it's been 5 years we've been complaining about the same things. I've seen what like Guido mentioned earlier, whenever the next gen first came out, it did run smoothly, so it's not like it can't happen, but I just feel like as a company they're very inept and they don't really know how to do much of anything, and they've completely ignored consoles like statements and things like that. So I just really have no idea whether or not the next gen port is actually going to fix anything. It can, but I've had 5 years of disappointment, so you can't expect them to be optimistic.
All right, I had 6 years of disappointment before they finally started listening to us. So hey, you're almost there, man. You're getting there. Ms., how do you feel about how do you feel about performance? Do you feel like it's going to get fixed with the next gen, or do you think they need to take an extra step?
I think like for me, actions speak louder than words, so they can say that we're gonna get like next gen until I see it, then like I'll be like, I'll believe what they say. But a lot of the stuff that they said that we're gonna get and we never got, so I would say that a lot of people don't get your hopes up. Just until they do it, then we'll get like a better reaction on getting like next gen. I personally think they should just let old gen go. It's kind of been out for like I think 2 years, the new console.
Okay, so what does that do for the community? If they let the old gen go, what does that do?
Then I mean people will just have to get a new system because a new system for Xbox is going to come out anyway. So what they're eventually going to have to get a new system eventually. Why not start now? And then not only that, there is, if they do like next gen, then they're gonna have it to where it's either the next gen version or they're gonna have it to where the old version. Like for instance, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, they have it to where there's old gen and there's new gen. You can't play with each other. You can only play with new gen. New gen can play with new gen, and old gen can play with old gen. You can't mix. So,
okay.
I don't know if anyone noticed that game, but on console there's a thing like that. So I don't know if they're gonna do something like that where you can only play with new gens, or old gens. But I just hope, or not hope, but I just wish they would bring, or if they say they're gonna bring new gen for the summer, then they just need to do it. They used to have like a roadmap that they completely took down because people were following it and just never. Most of the stuff on the roadmap we never even got. So they won't even give us a roadmap anymore.
Well, that is fair. Yo, Squidious, what is this thing you sent me here?
Those are just clips of whenever the FSR came out. That was the siege performance of that update. This is when they took out all other regions and only Calpheon existed.
Okay.
For siege.
Download that. Okay. There's not very many people in this. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. Well, this looks okay.
Yeah, you're penis.
This looks fine. This is an example of lag. Oh, never mind. It's broke. At the end, okay, I can see at the end here. This looks good.
Oh, the good old screen tear.
This right here. Like this is
like
rough.
To put it into perspective, Blue, there was a times where we would have Calpheon sieges, and for about an hour and a half, everyone was frozen in place, and if they could move, they would rubber band immediately back to the spot they were at 10 seconds ago, and you basically stood in the same spot for an hour and a half and couldn't play the game. And that shit happened for a while.
This clip right here is an example of that, where the server lag was so bad. I ran up and I got like a 9 kill feed or something, and it, like the server didn't register until like 30 seconds later. Like I ran up and like annihilated this entire ball, and then like it registered like 10 minutes later. Like I killed everybody there, and then I got away, and then I died magically. Like I don't even know what happened.
Okay, so do you feel like the server is causing this issue? Or do you feel like
for
it's
this
your
issue
hardware?
right here?
Do you think it's the hardware?
No, for this, for that video that you just watched right there, I believe that is server. I don't know that that's hardware because everything looked fine from an FPS perspective. I mean, I ran up through abilities. I didn't lag aside from the server. It felt like the server or possibly maybe the engine lag. I don't know. But this didn't feel like hardware lag. This felt like it was a server issue. And mind you, there was 19 forts in this siege. There was 19 forts here. Of all guilds, of major siege guilds were here at this point. This is back when the game was populated and there was more guilds available than there is now. Because right now there's only about maybe 6 to 7, maybe 8 guilds that are actually relevant, and that's me being generous. At this time, there was a lot more guilds that have died off, that don't exist anymore. So that had 19 forts with at least 60 plus on that siege. So we had roughly around maybe close to 1,000 players during that siege.
Okay.
There's two main things, Blue, that killed off the player base of console. Suck Sage's release with our current gear that we had available to us. That killed off a good portion of our players. And then another thing that killed off the player base is just strictly performance.
And then not only that is when you put a ticket in, they'll tell you fix your router. Reset your router, it will fix it. Huh? When you load into a node war? Okay.
Yeah, and PA says it's an ISP issue every time we say their game is shit.
Time? You hear me joke about that on PC. I joke about that all the time. Like, guys, if you're lagging, it's probably just your ISP. Just keep moving in. It's fine. Like, we joke about this on PC too. So I'll be honest with you. The server issue ultimately is probably fixed by just making Node Wars and Siege their own server. Like, they need to be on their own custom server. Like, we did this just saw this for the very first time with War of the Roses, and it ran seamlessly. It was clean. So like, part of your performance issue will be fixed with the next gen port, hopefully. And then I think that if they just ran Node Wars and Siege on their own, like their own servers, it would just be an objective win for the game. I think that you would have. I think your lag there is probably solved a little bit. Let's see. I don't think we get through Raydello. I think we got through Miz on the last one. Raydello, do you think that this is all fixed with just the next gen port, or do you feel like they need to go an extra step here, big man?
Nah. Well, being completely fixed, that's a wild statement. I think it definitely is gonna make it better. I won't say fixed. That's going a little too far. But I think if they're gonna give us next gen port, I think they go ahead and give us the option to change our graphic settings along with it.
Okay.
And I also want to rebound off of what Ms. Contagious said. I think they do indeed need to they just need to off Xbox One and PS4 players off of the. Look, man. The way I see it is, if you can't afford a $300 to $400 console after nearly 4 years, you got more pressing issues going on with your life than playing a video game.
If you're a broke boy, just say so.
I was gonna say too. I can understand if it was like early when the new systems came out for Xbox Series X and X's. That's when like all the bots were coming out and sucking them all up. But now you can find them anywhere. Like you can find new gens or Xbox Series X or PS, whatever that other system is, anywhere. So it wouldn't really be an issue.
All right.
But people just don't want to get it. They want to sit on their old gens but then complain how they're lagging or something like that, which doesn't make any sense.
Do you guys gate people out of communities based on what system they have?
No.
No, wait. You can't find out.
PlayStation players, man.
The only way you can find out a player's on old gen is if you kill them open world and they spawn node and they take 30 seconds to a full minute to spawn in.
Yep. That's how you can tell. Exactly.
Yeah,
that's the only way you know.
Player.
You'll be like, damn, that motherfucker on PS4, holy.
With PC, we have this too. It's just we say that guy has a normal hard drive. He doesn't have a solid state yet. You know what I mean?
My gosh.
We tell everybody to take the CTG that has like the normal hard drives, and then we wait like 20 seconds, and then everybody else takes the CTG, and then we usually spawn in around the same time.
Gee, spawning around the same time. People DC. We DC over here.
Yeah, when it first came out, PlayStation would blue screen, Xbox would just crash. Like we had multiple different crash errors whenever you would take a CTG. My method for not crashing is I would go to the mansion next to Heidel and I would sit away from everybody else because they're all getting the church buffs. They're all getting their buffs at the, the Carolyn buff. So I'd go as far away from where the player populace was as just to get away from everybody and pray to God that my console wouldn't crash on taking that CTG to the fort.
All right, so let me ask you something. Well, let's finish up. Reform, Whirl, Xenopane. Are you guys about to give me the same answer that the rest of them all gave me? Because everyone's giving the same answer.
I'm going to give a personal perspective.
Go ahead, Reform.
I came to next gen or like Xbox Series X late because the availability for the console in Canada was just not there. And I actually quit the Siege scene for like 3 months because performance was just ridiculous. You can't do anything. If you have more than 2 other players on old gen near you, your game is just done. So I don't understand how people just aren't moving up over 4 years. I think performance will fix a lot of things. I think performance is the whole reason why console doesn't have crystal break in PvE. Only red players who die lose their crystals, and we haven't had crystal break in years, if at all, if I recall. I think if a vast majority of our issues will be solved with next gen port if they do it right, and I'm putting that on a hard if.
Okay, all right, gotcha. All right, makes sense. Whirl.
If performance fixes movement, I'm cool with that. And this is pretty much all I'm caring about. Because playing a class with like high APM and other stuff, like you lag a lot. There's this one guy in my guild who posts clips 24/7 just lagging. And
don't you play Sucklon?
I play Sucklon. I literally lag out of the sky and fall on the fly. So
you just said high APM, fine. So I was confused.
No, not my class specifically, but I'm just saying other classes in general, like Ninja, Kuno, yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll just make sure. I was like, the way you said it made it sound like you're like, as someone that plays a high
you're
APM
fine.
class,
I'm trying to,
I was like, wait, back up.
Shout out to you.
Okay, got it. Makes sense. Okay, Xenopane.
Yeah, no, I think a next gen port would make a lot of things better, but not perfect. I think either we need to drop last gen, or so that the last gen and new gens pick up the slack of the differences between the processors between last gen and next gen. We need a graphical slider, so that way that can pick up the slack for our frames and stuff like that. So I think that would help a lot.
Gotcha.
Real quick, Mr. Blue.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when I went to the Calpheon Ball in LA, when they were like showing us Megu and Wusa and all that fun stuff, I went and actually was able to go talk to JJ shortly after their presentation, and I was asking JJ just basically what we're doing about the state of console in terms of performance and when we're going to be expecting next gen, because next gen wasn't even confirmed at this point. This was a year ago.
Okay.
And basically JJ told me that they're going to try and do something about next gen, but there's nothing they can do, because it's not like they can just like get rid of all the old gen players. And then I basically told her, I was like, well, the old gen players, like I remember playing on old gen, and the game miraculously runs so much worse than even the next gen on the old, on not even next gen updated. So it's like, if you're putting this much time and effort to make sure that the game can be played on old gen, and it's holding us back on next gen, and the game still runs horribly, like absolutely unplayable on old gen, then what are you guys even doing? So it just doesn't make any sense to me that they want to hold on to old gen as much as they do without actually improving the game for them, other than they just want to milk out as much money as they can. So
okay, so we all just want old gen dropped.
It's not even that I want old gen dropped.
She openly admitted that they put console on the back burner too.
Yeah, and she openly admitted to me that.
Well, we're talking about JJ, right? Hold on. We're talking about JJ, not J. There are two J's.
Not J. We're talking about JJ, Lady J.
There are two. Okay, so that everybody understands, Jae-hee Kim, J, is the executive producer, I believe, for Black Desert Online as a whole. JJ is the CEO of Pearl Abyss America.
Pearl Abyss.
Yeah, Pearl Abyss America. He's talking to JJ, not the jet plane, the CEO of Pearl Abyss America. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's just like, it's so funny that she said that she openly admitted to me that they were putting console on the back burner after all the false promises they delivered, and that they want to keep old gen, but they don't put any effort into actually making the game run well for old gen players, other than sitting in Velia and maybe life skilling. So it's just like, it doesn't make sense for us to be held back this much, and we don't even get anything to come out of it.
I see. Okay, so is there anyone in here that doesn't, like, when the next gen comes out, is there anyone here that would not be in full support of dropping the old gen? Okay, there it is. And there you have it.
Old gen players could literally
Get
just
this
be
shit
like
outta
role
here.
players
Hello?
and just stay in safe zone, to be
Do you
honest.
think that there would be more
What are you
players if they
doing on
dropped
old
old gen?
Yes, probably.
A lot of players would come back. Yes.
A lot of players would come back.
Okay.
Oh, one of the big things I wanted to say was, a lot of the player base too came from Black Desert being on Xbox Game Pass, and they took it off like fully. Will never come back.
They took it off Xbox Game Pass?
Yes, they fully
Why?
took it off and never comes back.
I mean, to be fair, the game goes on sale for $1 sometimes. So, like, come on now.
That's true.
Even if it's not, it's
I
what,
don't think that's
$10, $15? That's
Yeah, the money is like buying BDO is not really a big issue in my personal opinion. I think the issue is that retaining the player base. A lot of new players that I've spoken to through just my community and like people that I've helped over the years, it's like they don't want to do the slog work. They don't want to do the chores. Go through the 50 million journals where you gotta go up in a mountain at 4 o'clock in the morning at the time of whatever, and then you gotta find a specific spot, watch a Chris Polly video where he shoots R's at you machine gun style, and then you have to figure out exactly what little orb that is just hiding there. It's nonsense. Nobody wants to do all that work, which is another reason why people don't want to go to PC anyway.
Well, in fairness, we want that reduced on PC as well, so I agree with that. All right, so I think we've established at this point, we have fully established that the biggest problem with console currently is performance issues, some of which will be fixed with the next gen port. But you guys all feel that they should drop the old gen of console, which is PS4, right? PS4 and Xbox One, I think.
Yes.
So drop that and then allow you to lower graphics with the new port would probably fix most of the performance issues with the game. As far as events and stuff, They need to get a little bit more creative about trying to bring people together for events. Although I assume that the reason that they don't do this is because performance. So they fix performance. They probably fix events as well. One problem that you guys brought up before that I wanted to address was you guys don't have a test server. You guys don't have global labs, and I'm going to argue 2 different points here. Number 1, you don't need a test server. None of the content that you guys are getting is untested. We are your test server. That's the problem. PC is your test server in a lot of cases. A lot like KR is PC's test server. So they don't feel they need to give you a specific global labs to test it on console because it has already been tested on PC. Do you guys feel like that is a fair statement, or do you feel like the console content is somehow different enough that you need to be able to test it before it comes to life?
I think the hardware is different, that it needs to be tested, and also just as a side note, the server exists, the test server exists.
Yeah, we
It's
have a
there.
test
It's just
server.
we don't have. Yeah, it's there. We just don't have access to it.
Yeah,
But they give
because
us access
Sherner
to the
and
PC test server instead.
yeah,
as
Sherner
a-
and Trent were
as
using
whatever.
it when they were streaming. They were on a test server and they were testing stuff.
Well, I'm
all
sure
there.
well, obviously the developers have test servers. Like that's obvious, but like I'll be honest, we don't even use our test servers very often because they don't work right. Like they need to fix their test servers like in general. The subject that I really want to kind of segue into here is balance. Do you feel like the balance that patches that you guys get on console are as required as they are on PC? Or do you feel that
Can you
console
elaborate
needs
on
to
what
be,
you mean by that?
Yeah, do you feel that console needs to be balanced differently? Like they need to have a separate
Yes.
balance
Yes,
team?
yes,
with the
yes,
classes?
Yes. We
absolutely.
don't.
Yeah.
We don't have the gear you guys have. We don't
We're
affect.
getting
So
we're
our
getting
damage is
things like
different.
we're getting the balances like y'all like for the people that have artifacts on PC. We're getting that same balance, and we don't got them.
Okay. So like what classes do you guys consider OP right now in, we'll say PvE? What are your top end PvE classes on console?
Probably what would it be like
Wusa,
Wusa,
Suck Megu, Suck
Suck Guardian,
Sage,
Awakening
Suck Wand.
Guardian.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
you're live. You grind a lot. Why don't you?
Nah, I don't. I don't grind on optimal shit.
He plays word
Guido,
classes.
appreciate it.
Right.
Nah, do I have any meta Andes in here?
Play shy.
Guido's done like
As-
1,000
as
hours in
the-
Ackman. He's
As
like
the
level
leading
50.
PvE main here, I guess I'll just take
Go
this.
ahead. Yeah, let him cook, boys. Let him
That was
cook.
a wild statement. Go off.
So Suckwitch is up there for console. Unfortunately, we don't have the frames PC does, so it's a little lackluster when you compare it to something like a Suck Sage, or you compare it to it like Suck Lawn, a Suck Megu, Suck Wusa. Those classes are always ahead. Awakening Nova is at the top for all content on console as well as PC, so that doesn't really change. I don't think the meta is like too different in terms of PvE as it is for PC. It's just kind of like when you have higher APM classes come into the play for PvE, that's where we fall off because of frames.
Okay.
Yeah, you play classes that aren't as frame dependent. So like on PC, Warrior does pretty decent in a lot of spots, especially Succession and Awakening. But like on console, because it's frame dependent, a lot of the hits don't register properly, and they don't, like when you use Slashing the Dead, like it'll sometimes go just completely over an enemy and it won't even register the damage. So it's just like one of the worst classes to play for PvE. It's decent still, but not as good as PC.
You ever see like live die in crypt? A lot.
I don't even grind in Crypt. I've never even been in Crypt. What?
Sakraya.
I don't even go to Sakraya. What?
All right, so to
Are you in the
comment on this
bathroom right
grinding
now?
thing, I don't
You're
grind
echoing.
very often, but I do have a statement to say about this. Majority of console players aren't out here trying to min-max their grind.
Okay. That's important to
That's
understand.
not like
Yep.
a thing console play. I mean, there is definitely some that do it, but majority they're not tripping about.
All right, so this is a more
min-maxing.
casual player base. I would probably
Yes.
agree with that. I would say that the console player base is definitely more casual, which is why when I asked for your top end grinders, some of you actually said Awakening Guardian.
Yeah.
As Awakening Guardian is considered a fantastic grinder on PC. It's generally considered fantastic because the APM requirement is just below 10 per minute.
Suck Guardian's actually pretty disgusting on console right now. I have a friend who plays a Guardian, and he actually swapped from Awakening to Succession, and the numbers he's pulling are top end, which is ridiculous.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So how about for PvP? What's your meta for PvP? What does your large scale PvP meta look like? What are the
Awaken
best
Drac
classes?
and Archer.
Anything range.
Awaken Drac and Archer.
Suck Sage.
Yeah.
And
For now.
everyone's doing Awakening Sage.
Suck Ranger.
Awakening Guardian.
Suck Caster.
Oh, no one's
Awakening
using
Guardian.
Awakening Sage scale. It doesn't perform as well as Succession.
No, Suck Sage is best in large scale, not really Awakening.
Yeah, I don't know. I went to Giants and I seen
Pretty much all your range classes are at the top, and you add in Awaken Drac, Suck Sage, etc.
Okay, so it's exactly the same as PC then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Right now it is. Before that, there was different metas before, but like as of right now, it's the exact same.
Okay, so why? Okay, so what about like 3v3, 1v1? What's your best 1v1 class?
Awaken Ranger.
Awaken Ranger, Awaken Sage,
Sork.
Sork.
I'm giving my best impression of the surprise Pikachu face.
Yeah,
Okay.
Awaken Hash is pretty busted in 1v1.
Your average iframe classes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so your meta is basically exactly the same across the board based on what you guys are telling me. So why do you feel it needs to be balanced differently? Got him.
On console,
Yeah.
we are getting,
Got him.
hey, unless you are an even meme build, you are getting one shot by everything because the way
first time
the way it's no. The way y'all have y'all stuff balanced is set because y'all have artifacts in place. We don't have that, man.
700 DR classes are getting 2-shot.
My man.
Yeah, I mean,
Same.
I play Succession Warrior, and I can get up as high as 650 DR on console. There's not many classes that can get up that high, and I get obliterated in probably 3 skills by an Awakened Sage or archers with like 316 AP.
I feel
whatever,
like
my entire block is gone.
I feel like the Grim Reaper of bad news here, guys. But like, you're gonna get artifacts.
It doesn't
do you know
get
what
better.
that's
We
gonna
know.
do? It's not getting any better.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, because you're gonna get
I don't think
blur.
artifacts are an issue, in my opinion.
You're gonna get blur or whatever, right? And then they're gonna get all out attack. So like, it's not like artifacts are as good for offense as they are for defense in a lot of cases, and oftentimes better for offense. So like, it's not really gonna get very much better in that regard. So like, again, I'm gonna ask, why do you feel it needs to be balanced differently? Other than like, or the artifact thing was kind of brought up. Yeah, you don't have artifacts, but like I said, even if you did, I don't believe that the balance would change a whole lot.
Well, I think that we kind of already stated that a little bit while ago. I think a lot of the conversation here kind of went off track, but simply put, our game is built for a controller, and the FPS values don't really correlate with PC too well. And you look at how we play compared to PC, there's really not a lot of care for console specifically.
Okay.
It's really just copy and pasting.
Well,
which is
that
lazy.
I can get. So in your guys' opinion, what classes really need to be buffed? I'm curious. We'll start. We're gonna go around. What are the bottom end classes that you feel desperately need a buff in PvE and PvP? I'm gonna start at the bottom. Xenopane, you go first.
The only one that comes to mind is Tamer, because for some reason you gotta like ring menu and hotbar a bunch of her skills, and it's a little harder on console comparative to PC. As you know, when using the pet, man, I forgot the pet's name, but that's it. I mean, really, and then obviously being biased, Awakening Dracania because I'm a Dracania main, but other than that, like, yeah, Tamer, that's it.
I need to hear this. How do you
No, that
feel
was
Awakening
wild,
Dracania
bro.
needs a buff?
It's more of like a joke, like everybody wants their main class to get buffed. That's all it is.
I do not want Suck Sage buffed.
Okay.
No.
All right. All right. So give me Whirl. What are the weak classes in the game?
I will say Shy, Mystic, Miwa. Those are the classes I rarely see around. But I'm a Lon, so I play the same class. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Why do you feel Shy is weak? What aspect of the game do you feel Shy is weak in?
Shy is good in PvE, but PvP it's not good for anything but buffing.
What are you talking about, bro?
Shy is busted. Shy is absolutely busted.
What you want to do is you want people that you want the Shy to kill people.
Yo, get her out of here.
Yeah, everybody, all right, clear
Generally-
comms, clear comms. Okay, so when you
Whenever
say
it
that,
comes down to a player that plays like a Shy or whatever, you
Okay,
have to build DP.
Yeah.
Like you're buffing 24/7 in PvP.
that's your job.
We only have one person on console, which is Cribsy. Hopefully I'm saying his name right. But he's the only person that's able to actually end-game PvP and actually kill people.
Well, your end game PvP is buffing the real PvP players.
Yeah, they're buffing, but what if they actually want to fight? Other classes are able to
then
utilize
you play a different
like
class.
that
so,
part.
like,
But
yeah, like the problem with Shy
It's a
is that
support
it's
class.
designed to only supports. You're not designed to do any sort of offensive damage. They're even nerfing the amount of offensive damage. They felt like you guys were doing too much offensive damage. They keep taking.
But why
like,
is Witch and Wizard able to do that, but
Because
Shy
it's a
doesn't
different
have the ability to go back and forth?
I think that if you asked people if in a 3v3 tournament which class they'd rather have on their team, a Shy or a Witch or a Wizard, I think every single time an educated player is going to say a Shy.
Give me a Shy. Them Shy buffs OP.
Yeah, it's the Shy. Like the Shy buffs are just ridiculously super crazy good. I think that like honestly people are advocating that Shy be nerfed in that kind of PvP because the buffs are almost too impactful for what the class is actually able to perform. But but beside that, you said Mystic and Meiwa. Why do you feel like Mystic and Meiwa are weak?
Awakening Mystic, you don't see those a lot. I mean, especially with like the Dragon, I feel like the aspect of the class is really cool, but you don't see them a lot. All they do is slow.
Yeah, you guys
That's
haven't
it.
gotten the Mystic update yet, have you?
Not from my knowledge.
Yeah, so the new Mystic update actually brings Awakening Mystic to life again. I think that you guys are really going to enjoy that.
When did you guys get that?
We got that about 2 weeks ago now.
Okay. Yeah,
So you guys will probably get it in a week or two, hopefully. What about Meiwa? Why do you feel like Meiwa is weak? Do you mean Awakening or Succession Meiwa?
Both. I don't see them a lot, but I see a lot of movesets. I see the counterpart, but I don't see the opposite. Like
Well, we
Ranger
have
and
that
Archer,
too,
you see
just
a lot of
because-
them.
Just because people aren't playing it doesn't mean it's necessarily underpowered. I mean, as you guys said before, and you guys all agreed that like people don't play stuff because it's necessarily OP. People just play stuff because it's a casual thing. Maybe less people just like Meiwa and more people just enjoy the Musa. Musa does have more AoE, which helps. But okay, so you don't see it very often. All right, that's fair. Reform.
Console players play broken shit.
Do they?
That's all people play. That's it.
Okay. All right. Well, I can't wait to get to the Awakening Warriors in this call. Reform. How do you feel? What are the weakest classes in the game?
I think when it comes down to stuff like PvE, I know due to our lack of frames, Shy is missing like 30% of her damage from what my Shy friends have told me
You mean
from
in
like running
PvE?
Olans.
Yeah,
PvE, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
PvE. I've also heard it's a nightmare to grind on Corsair. Suck Nova sucks, but Suck Nova sucks on PC too, so that doesn't change. For PvE. I think of like other classes. I'm just trying to touch on like the PvE aspect since everyone else here can touch on PvE. I don't really stray from my main two classes in PvP, so I think from what I've also heard is Awakened Kuno is one of the worst classes, if not the worst class in PvE. So I think that's really all I would really touch on. But
Not much is
I don't know if
different.
that changes. But yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Mods handle that.
Holy.
Good God.
No,
Oh my God.
the mods are really good at handling stuff like that. You just put it in follow only mode for a moment, and then they ban everybody.
All right, mods.
Give 'em a minute.
Time.
Yep, give them a minute. Good job, mods.
Sheesh.
Okay, that makes sense. So Awakening Kuno, one of the worst PvE classes in the game. All right, Ray Dello, what classes do you think are really weak right now?
I only really have two that I could think of, but I got a lot of classes I think that should be nerfed. But let's go ahead and talk about the two.
Let's buff. Yeah.
I feel like Suck Warrior. It's the class just generally fundamentally it's terrible.
Do you need?
I
You're talking
don't
about
play
PvP?
it, but when I watch other players play it, it just looks abysmal. Another class would be Suck Striker. That class. So I used to be a striker main for the majority of my time on BDO. Suck Striker was just so unappealing of the way it plays that I just never did the Succession quest line.
Are you talking about PvP here only? Like Succession Warrior is weak in PvP?
PvP.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to get to the nerf classes? I think should be nerfed.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that after this. But so Succession Warrior and Succession Striker in PvP. Do you feel that Succession Striker is weak in 1v1s, or do you feel like Succession Striker is just weak when you add a bunch of people to it?
No, I think the only thing it's really good at is like 1v1s, 2v2s, and that's about it.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's about the same for PC as well. And Suck Warrior, like I think that the primary complaint for a lot of Succession Warriors is that they just don't have a whole lot of skills, so that they don't have a crazy amount of initiate tools. The class doesn't have a crazy amount of depth like Awakening does. Is kind of people's primary complaint about that class. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Contagious, what do you feel like the weakest classes in the game for PvE or PvP are?
I think it's I just don't like them, to be honest. Not really weakest, but I think femboys, archers are like,
what?
They need to go, like, deleted from the game. But I mean, shy. I don't really like play other classes. I don't have nothing to contribute here. I think shy should be buffed more because shies are great and everyone should play shy. But if any other class, I would say probably like a Kuno or a Tamer or something.
Okay. All right. So you think that
I just don't see him enough.
You want to see Archer removed?
Classes.
You want to see Archer removed from the game?
Yeah, they can't even afford a beard.
That's a nerf thing. We're talking about what classes do need to be buffed.
Oh.
Other than their masculinity.
Yeah, let's tone down the memeage here and give an actual answer, please.
Yeah. What classes need to be buffed?
I gave you an answer. I said shy, and then I said Tamer and Kuno.
Shy, Tamer, Kuno. Okay.
Pretty much said that, Squid.
And this is PvE, right? Or do you think that shy needs to be buffed in PvP too?
Yeah, both.
Okay. How do you feel that shy needs to be buffed in PvE?
Definitely some buffs that don't like register from time to time, but it's kind of just a performance kind of thing.
Okay, so it's just like a performance thing, like they said before. It's just your hits aren't registering.
Yeah.
Okay. And PvP, how do you feel like shy needs to be buffed?
It's like one of the main classes I don't see around where people like want to try out the PvP on shies because they'll probably like get one shot, but I think they can like use some of the skills like we're kind of taken away from her, but for like passive that don't work.
So you think you're getting one shot too frequently, right? You're not tanky enough.
And then if you're gonna be like a DP shy, sometimes you can't even be a DP shy because it'll just melt right through your DP.
Okay. Well, I mean, so what do you feel a console is missing that would help give it DP? I guess it's like Labresca, I guess? Like, do you think that Labresca and Ator shoes are really going to make that big of a difference?
It could. I guess we can't really say until we get it, but...
Okay. All right. No, that's... All right. Okay, who's next? Lord Squidious. Tell us about how you think that Warrior is not good enough. Go ahead.
No, I think Warrior's fine. I actually disagree with Redello's points about him not being optimal. I play Suck Warrior regularly. Okay. He's fine for what he does. He's a facilitator for a fight. He's not like a hard fragger. There's very few warriors, in my personal opinion, that can frag really hard in an actual like guild versus guild. In just a real setting between real guilds fighting. It's very hard for Warrior to do that. Suck Warrior, in my opinion, performs better than Awakening in most cases because of the kit that he has and the 50 DR passive that he gets from the shield block. That's how I reach high DR brackets, is with the shield block. But like, I get what Ridello's saying, but the class is not meant to compete with a like frag kind of class. Like it's never going to be first page. It's very rare you will find a Warrior first page winning on a regular basis. It just doesn't happen in real fights. If you're fighting garbage, Warrior can frag easily. You just pop 50 slashing and you'll kill everybody in an instant, or just drop bombs with ground smash and you'll kill everybody. But like, if you're fighting real guilds, it doesn't work. You have to facilitate. You're peeling, you're making everybody uncomfortable, you're blocking in front of everybody, you're just generally being a nuisance on the battlefield. That's all you do as a Warrior. You're not really doing anything else, which is why nobody plays it, because not a lot of people like to do that.
Okay, now tell me what classes do you think need to be buffed in PvP or PvE?
I don't disagree with any of the points that anybody's really made right now, except the Suck Warrior one. I think I'm in agreement with everybody else for right now. I think everything that's been written, I can't really think of anything to add on my behalf.
Okay, so
You agree with the Suck Striker?
you guys,
Yeah, I agree with the Suck Striker point.
you guys are idiots. Okay. So
Oh, that was pretty.
you guys
nice to
all
say, bro.
agree that Shy? You guys feel like Shy is a weak class in PvP?
I don't. No.
Nobody says that ever.
Nobody
I don't.
says
Nope.
that.
It's a good support class, but yeah.
Why should it need to kill
That's
though?
the point. That's the point of the class.
It's the role of the class.
All right,
Why do you
I
want to
just-
be on a class
He
that
said,
just
he
sit
just
there?
said he agreed with everything
There's
else.
people
so I
like
figured
doing
I'd
that.
ask. All right,
Yeah,
chill,
there's
chill, chill.
people. What?
All right. Okay. I think Liv for the toilets next. What do you think of the weakest classes
Yeah,
in the game?
Liv.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think no class is weak. I think Squidious said it best. Each class has their role. I'm learning that myself just recently. Like I said, I played Awakened Warrior. It's like he said, it's a facilitator. It's to pick off, get in the back line, throw your BSR. But I think every class has their role. The only class that I would honestly say to me is weak, and that's just because I just don't see it and I don't know much about it. Well, no, that's not even weak. It's strong as shit. You can't even touch it. Is Awaken the Mystic, but when you think about the kit, it's actually nah. So never mind. I don't have a. Plus, I've been out of the competitive PvP scene. If BDO has one for a while, so I don't actually have an input.
Okay. All right. No, that's kind of a base take. All right. Killer Croc, how do you feel? What are the weak classes right now that you feel need buffs? He's asleep.
Weak
Yeah, he's
classes. No,
asleep.
sorry, no, I'm not. It was on the phone talking to my peoples. But what's it called? Classes I feel like weak at this point. I'll definitely say Shy, Tamer. If you're looking at large scale, not 1v1s. That'll probably be my two.
So you think that Shy is weak in PvP? All right. So why do you think it's weak? Because I've gotten different answers so far. Why do you feel Shy is weak in PvP?
Because she plays more of a support role than anything else. She heals, gives you buffs. She don't really contribute towards the damage aspect. Is why I say that.
So are we looking at support classes as weak classes now? Just forward, because that seems to be the general hot take of 2024. So we might as well just
gives you so much damage.
Divio said it himself. Shy buffs add 100 gear score to every player that's buffed. There's no denying that. The difference a Shy can make in a fight is catastrophic.
Like, if you go to a GVG and one team has a shot and the other doesn't, the damage and survivability is way different. You just notice it, like they have Shy buffs.
That's true.
And yeah,
That's
like
true.
you know when a Shy shows up and you like, what the like no one
People will say grab that Shy, get rid of that Shy. You hear
But
it
if
a
it comes
lot.
down to it, if we're gonna talk about Shy's offensive, yeah, she's probably a little lackluster, but she's designed as a support class. She's not designed to be a frontline tank like a Zerker or a Guardian.
Well,
So if we want to judge her offensive, sure, she sucks, but she's not an offensive class.
I agreed with you until you said she's not designed to be a frontline tank. She is 100% designed to be a frontline tank. She is just also a support class. She is the frontline tank.
I'm more so talking about the initiators, like your Zerkers and your Guardians who jump into a fight first. Shy's not running out there like that. Like, how many Shys do you see that are skateboarding in with the Zerkers? I mean, this might just be a console thing. They might do it on PC, but that's not happening.
It depends
on
if it's in capped PvP. Absolutely not. They're staying back to buff everyone. But a based Shy in uncapped PvP is being a general nuisance. You can stand in the middle of everyone and get bongos down. You're the one that can go in and get that bubble off. You're the one that can go in and proactively Misty Haze everyone, right? You can't Misty Haze everybody from the back line. So there is aspects of Shy where you're going to be playing back, and then there's other aspects where you're going to be playing front. But the difference is it's one of the only classes in the game that can stand up to the damage in most cases, because it runs a full DP set like that. Not every class in the game can kind of get away with that.
I think it comes down to an observation and a skill. I'm gonna say a skill issue. When it really comes down to it, a bad Shy will position in one spot and do nothing, or bongo, or just buff in that one spot, and a good Shy will be situationally aware and position themselves accordingly according to the fight. So
But
I think
that depends on the
shy.
player though. But the class overall itself is still strong. Like you can't base a
absolutely.
class. Yeah, so you can't say that. But overall, shy is strong. Like it's a strong class, and I'd like Blue said, I know plenty of shies that will run up to a hole in a barricade and sit there and be a nuisance.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I can't. Shy is actually like, and if she's built properly, she's not dying.
There is an argument. There's an argument to be made that shy can be weak in certain aspects of PvP. Just because, and usually I hear the same argument every time. Again, I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit here, but I hear the same argument typically every time, is she doesn't have passives that actually add to her stats like the other classes do. She has like alchemy and like gathering passives and like weight passives and stuff like that, which are not very useful in PvP. So like, you could look at it like that, but the problem is most players are going to kind of write that off because she's so impactful with her buffs that nobody really cares about any of the rest of it, because she's adding 100 gear score to every player in the near vicinity. But like, I was curious because I have heard it from probably like 4 of you now that like you guys think that shy is just not a particularly strong class on console, and I was just curious because everybody gives a different answer each time.
They tripping.
Yeah, JR3Y. What classes do you feel are the weakest in the game right now?
So I really only PvE on my Suck Musa, and I don't think he's that bad. I think he's pretty solid for like endgame spots. I just think because of frames, classes like Suck Musa don't perform like they could. But PvP, we're gonna stop this shy is weak nonsense completely. We're just not even gonna entertain that. I think like the overall weakest classes in the game right now in terms of PvP is just like Suck Sork, Suck Nova, Suck Striker. I don't know about these Awakened Mystic buffs, so I can't really speak on that. But Awakened Mystic, I mean, if you give Awakened Mystic damage, then it's incredibly busted because it's got everything else, but it just doesn't have that damage. So, because of frames, Suck Moose is kind of dog on console. Not gonna lie.
So you said in PvP, Suck Moose is kind of dog.
It's just on console. It's kind of, I mean, on PC, it's kind of bad compared to the meta classes, but on console, because of FPS shit, and it's just got so many gaps. It's got massive stam issues. It's got solid single target damage, but
that's about it.
Everything, that's just about it.
I would generally agree with that take. Yeah.
Awakened Witch is pretty weak in PvP. Not gonna lie.
Based.
Awakened Kuno is kind of mid, but I've also seen Awakened Kuno frag in like capped like 3v3 scenarios, so but overall it's kind of weak. Awakened Lawn is kind of bad. But yeah, that's about it for me.
Okay. All right. Well, you said Awakening Lawn too. You snuck that one in.
Awakened Lawn's kind of back in the day it was crazy, overpowered. Nowadays it's just like, why would you play Awakening Lawn when Suck Lawn is literally just the overall better option?
Okay. I mean, like that's kind of like that on.
It's the same thing with Musa. Like, why would
you
play Suck Musa when you can play Awaken Musa? You know, it's just.
Generally speaking, yeah.
Yeah.
Succession Sork. What do you think the problem is? Do you think it's damage, or do you think it's based on frontal guards too much?
I'm fairly geared. I'm not like the most geared person on the game by any means, but I'm fairly geared. And I tagged Suck Sork recently to try and learn it. I probably gave it about 3 weeks, and then I dropped it. Its mobility is definitely the worst in the game. Its damage is okay, but its stamina is also horrible. It has to go unprotected a lot while it combos. It's got the iframe spam, just like Awakening Sork, but then Awakening Sork can go into Nightmare, get stam back, or it can C swap to get that FG, get some stam back. Suck Sork doesn't got anything like that. Honestly, Suck Sork's just kind of a dog shit class.
All right, yeah. Why play Suck when you can play Awakening? In fairness, a lot of PC players feel the same way. Janeway, how do you feel? Like, what do you think of the weakest classes in the game? I assume you have a PvE perspective here.
Yeah, PvE. I used to do a lot of. I haven't PvP'd in a hot minute. I'm in Australia, so for me, Node Wars stage like
I understand.
in the middle of the day. Yeah,
right.
It's a bit difficult. I really think, and I might be biased, I play Witch. I think Awaken Witch needs a little bit of help in PvP. I understand it's a support role, but I think a little bit of damage. There's like so much mobility and so much damaging mobility in the game. it's just it's difficult no matter what type of PvP you try and engage in on a witch. She really needs some attention.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it makes sense. But you think she's okay in PvE though, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She's not completely cracked, but she's up there. She's good.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I think that Awakening Witch is in a good spot in PvE. I do think that she is weak in PvP currently, but I'm a PC player, so take my my thoughts for what they're worth. Guido, how do you feel? What are the weakest classes in the game?
So I think that you got the majority of the list pretty much done. I'm just going to not say anything until the PvP comes up. So I think you got it all.
Oh well, no, give me the PvP. What do you think what classes do you think are the weakest in PvP?
Like out of this whole list that we listed so far, I think Awakening Mystic is horrendous.
Okay, so we've had
Absolutely
3 people
horrendous.
say Awakening Mystic so far, but you guys are gonna get the Awakening Mystic buff soon. So like that's W. This is W. Okay, what else?
Suck Sork. I know that Leo mentioned stamina. I don't really know too much about Suck Sork, but I think that compared to Awakening Sork, she lacks the AoEs for large scale.
Yeah, amen.
Okay, so she lacks the AoE.
Like she has Black Wave, but Black Wave is literally it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, makes sense. Okay. All right. Now, okay. So this is an interesting list. I think that overall, a lot of PC players. Let's exclude the Shy for a moment. I think that a lot of PC players would agree with you on this list, except for the fact that we got our Awakening Mystic buffs already. So no one's really going to say Awakening Mystic is bad right now. I do think that there might be a few Shies out there on PC that agree that PvE on Shy is really rough, especially low-end PvE is really tough on Shy. Late game PvE that is not group oriented on Shy is, I would say that she also probably struggles with that a little bit. We did discuss the Shy PvP issue. I disagree. I think that Shy is a great class in PvP. I just think that you need to take it depends on if your definition for a good class in PvP is that it does damage, then no, Shy is not a good class in PvP. But like if you have a broader spectrum than that, I think that you can realize that Shy is doing just fine, I think, overall in PvP. But okay. What do we think are the strongest classes on console currently?
I get
he's like, all right, let me cook. All right, Guido, we'll start with you this time.
So off rip, we got to get Awakening Drac out of the game.
All right, my man.
Okay. This class, I can't say anything too explicit, unfortunately, all that, but
yeah, let's
we got to get her out. There's nothing more to say.
Yeah. What do you think
ruined the game?
Yeah, well, what do you think is so OP about Awakening Dracania? What particularly?
It's the ability for you to run into an area, for you to press 3 skills, wiping people out, healing at the same time, and able to run out again and repeat the same process 10 times before you're dead.
That's fair. I think that the sustain is just too powerful. Overall in PvP.
She's ridiculous.
Yeah. Do you think she's too OP in PvE as well, or do you think it's just a PvP issue?
I'm not familiar with her PvE at all. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm just keeping it real. I'm not familiar with too many classes PvE at all. So I don't speak on PvE.
Okay. Janeway, what do you think the strongest classes, 2 strongest classes in the game are? You can say PvE or
Awakening
PvE.
Drac and Suck Sage. Or PvP, Sage and Drac. For PvE, I think Witch, to be honest, is really strong. And I'm trying to choose. There's so many at the moment. You got Wusa, Megu, you got so many strong classes.
You gave
in
enough.
PvE.
You think Succession Sage is strong in both, like the strongest class in PvP and PvE right now?
I think for large scale, he
Did
is.
you guys get the Sage changes? Did you guys get the Sage changes yet? Like the Rift chain changes and all that stuff?
We
did
not.
No. No, we didn't.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
So
no,
if they
okay,
talk
I get
about
that.
Sage,
Yeah.
they're coping right now.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right, JRTY.
Awaken Drac, Sage, Archer, Suck Ranger, Awaken Guardian.
I think Awakening Guardian is too strong. In which aspect of the
on
game?
console, yeah, in PvP, that shit is literally 2 buttons, and it literally has this. It's like a budget Drac. It just does 2 buttons, kills a whole ball, and then heals at the same time. And for some reason, has multiple lingering iframes on low cooldowns for a tank class. Makes no sense.
Okay, and what's your problem with Archer?
Literally, you can just sit at render, shoot any of your just pick a skill, go through your list, and throw a dart at any skill, and you're don't even have to aim any of the skills either. You can just look in any general direction, and you're getting feeds by accident.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Okay, all right. Killer Croc, what do you think the strongest classes are?
He's on the phone.
Well, okay, all right. Toilet?
Yeah, he's asleep. Drac, Archer, and this is my personal opinion because I hate these 2 classes, is Awakening Sork. And even though it's only like 1v1, I've seen Awakening Ranger, even though she's not going to kill a ball, the fact that 7 people are jumping on her like they do with Sork and she's not, is kind of wild to me, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, so you think Awakening Ranger's too strong in the 1v1? You think Awakening Sork is the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, throw Awakened Hash up there too.
I'm gonna need an explanation for that one, big dog.
Specifically 1v1.
Specifically 1v1. Awakening Hash 1v1.
Interesting. I don't think that anybody there's so few of them.
Y'all don't think so on PC?
I don't know, man. I mean, it's a good 1v1 class, but if we're talking about 1v1 classes on PC, it's you're going to talk about Awakening Ranger, you're going to talk about Tamer. Yeah, I mean, like that's like I don't know. I think they're just kind of in a league of their own, but we'll see. Squidious, how do you feel? What are the strongest classes in the game?
I mean, I don't really disagree with most of these picks. I kind of like this is encompassing 1v1 and large scale, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that most of these are pretty accurate. I don't think I have much to add on this one so far. The hash one is a little weird. The only thing is like it sucks for me because I'm a warrior and they counter the out of us with that Sin Splitter and Awakening, but that's about it though. I feel like 1v1 it can go a lot of different ways in other classes. Awake Ranger is very annoying, but it's annoying though. In large scale, that shit is terrible. All you're doing is just backflipping and doing nothing. Like
no, that's what I was saying. That's what I said. I said one. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm agreeing. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I think that these are just mad annoying. But that's about it. That in 1v1s, large scale, they're whatever.
We can't forget Shy either.
All right. Well, I'll let Miz.
I'm gonna forget Shy.
I don't want to like upset people with Shy, so I'm gonna agree with this Dracania class and this freaking Sage class, but I don't really have nothing to add to it because people will get upset about Shy if I mention it. So yeah.
No, I mean it is what it is, Miz. People are always gonna have their opinions about the classes. You just can't let it affect what you're gonna do. Okay. All right. Ray Yellow, what are the strongest classes in the game right now?
I think with the recent nerf to Sage that we have not received on console yet, I think that was a needed nerf. I'm all for getting rid of classes that got too many iframes, reduce the amount of iframes they have. So I would think a class like Sork should have a Sage-like treatment where they have a cooldown on their iframe, and when it's on cooldown, it should be a super armor. I also believe the same thing with Awakened Ranger. They should have a cooldown on their iframe. When it's on cooldown.
Your mic's cutting in and out.
I mean, I see
my
what he's saying.
fault. And other than that, I'd say Archer's range damage. I mean, it's a range class, obviously, but it's overwhelming. And another class, Drac, obviously, and I'd also say Suck Zerk. It just seems like it never runs out of stamina, and if it wants to be, it could stay in super armor infinitely.
Oh, it doesn't seem that way. It's because it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I get it.
That's
okay.
about it.
Right on. Okay, Reform.
I think large scale. Any of the range classes really. I know Suck Wizard and Archer are kind of like your 2 big classes for large scale. Those on console are way overperforming everyone else. When it comes down to small scale, classes like Awakened Ranger, which just seem unhittable always. It's not even so much their damage. Like they have combos and stuff that they can do. I think it's just their protection. Iframe spammers like Ranger and Awakened Sork just cause the most annoying fights. Like as a person who plays like a Sage and a Witch, I just avoid fighting these classes. I see them and I just leave. I'm gonna go fight somebody else. It's just a waste of time. I'm never gonna CC them because my class plays slow, so and they can just time their iframe when my skills come out of Rift. So I just say screw it. I'm gonna go fight somebody else who I can't hit because it's just a waste of time.
All right, Whirl.
Just to piggyback off of everybody else, I will go with Ranger, Archer, Awakening Drak, a good Zerk because it's not that many. Guardian on both specs, and Warrior and Valk. A lot of people did not mention that, which is kind of odd. But
say that
Warrior
again.
and Valk for sure.
So okay, both specs of Warrior.
Yeah, no, I mean just Warrior in general and Valk, because the builds that are going around on console are like the Kadri's build, and they're just sitting in like the ball. Like,
yeah, we have the same.
They're
thing.
not doing shit.
Yeah. All right. No, we got the same thing.
It's annoying.
I would say
No
Valkyrie definitely. I don't know about Warrior, but Valkyrie I can definitely agree with. That class is a little obnoxious when played at the highest level. Now you said Succession Ranger. I wanted to clarify this because no one said Suck Ranger so far. Everyone's talking about Awakening Ranger. Did you mean Awakening Ranger?
I definitely said Suck Ranger, brother.
You said like 30 classes, bro. I only wrote down.
I know,
4 of them.
you did. I know. I said like 6, and you only got 2 of them.
Well, bro, because you keep tabbing in every time I'm trying to talk to somebody else. Chill. Suck Ranger Whirl.
I'm in Sacred, so we do have a few good Suck Rangers like Neff and a few other players.
What do you feel is too strong about them?
Yeah, I mean, they're really good large scale. They can backflip on top of a structure and just keep spraying down the entire time with any, like, no disturbance, unless the Sucklon or someone else hops up there and gets them. I feel like their movement makes them strong, but literal but yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so it just sits on a high ground and shits on people all day.
Nev goes back and forth, by the way, for the person in the chat.
Yeah. Okay, and Xenopane, how do you feel?
PvP, no comment because I don't do no PvP, but PvE, you know, just because I grind with them a lot, it seems. Suck Guardian and Awakening Guardian are pretty decent at PvE, and I do all right on my Awakening Dracania. I wouldn't say she's like OP or nothing in PvE, but she's all right. But other than that, that's as far as my opinion goes on that.
Okay. I would say that, guys, overall, believe it or not, this is very similar to what PC actually thinks worldwide, as a general rule. There are some of these that are gonna vary here and there, but as a general rule, most people are gonna agree with this list, as you've kind of laid it out here, at least in the PC aspect of things. Basically worldwide. Go ahead.
Can I add one more thing?
Mm-hmm.
I think all range grabs should be like just taken out the game and switch to regular grabs. They should not have range on their grabs.
Grabs are a different discussion. I'm trying to say it, but okay. Like let's look at console specifically. Part of the reason I was asking you guys what you felt like they were the strongest and the weakest classes in the game are because it kind of lines up with what PC thinks, except for maybe the Shy. We might disagree on Shy fundamentally, but like I think the rest of them, basically people can generally agree that PC and console struggle from the same strong or weak classes in general. You guys are a couple patches behind us, so you think that Suck Sage is just really powerful right now, and it still is a pretty strong class, but it definitely received a relatively significant nerf that hurt it overall. And Awakening Mystic got a buff, which was pretty cool. But like all of this to kind of demonstrate that, like, I don't know if they necessarily need two balanced teams necessarily. But like, do you guys still feel that you would benefit from a different balance team, knowing that we basically feel the same way? Or do you, because you need to understand that they're going to hire the same amount of people for console regardless. Okay, so if you want to use some of their resources to help balance your game differently than PC, that potentially they might be able to do that, but like then you're going to get less overall other stuff. Or would you rather have them focus on other things?
Well, of course, performance above all, of course, you know, obviously, but yeah, I think that would be pretty beneficial. But I mean, this could have been corrected if console, of course, was, you know, used in that mindset since day one.
Yeah,
when
100%.
Because mobile is mobile,
yeah.
PC is PC. And then you have console that's just a emulator of PC, which makes no sense.
Which is strange. But like, I mean, Final Fantasy is coming to
Yeah.
console. Are you guys thinking about playing that?
Hell
Yep.
no.
Absolutely, I am. I'm a former Final Fantasy team player on PC, and I think cross save is going to be a thing as well. So I'm pretty excited.
Okay. All right. So, are there any big console issues that you feel like we didn't talk about? Okay. And are there any issues that you feel like there is a suggestion that you have a suggestion for that you feel like you didn't get to speak your piece on?
Did we
Like, do
talk
you have-
about Twitch drops?
We did not
Yeah,
talk
This,
about
this has
Twitch
been
drops.
so long, so I just.
No, you're good.
We
It was
mentioned
brought
it,
up at the start.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
talk
we
about
mentioned
Twitch
it.
drops.
but we didn't elaborate on it.
You guys
Would
don't
you
get
guys
Twitch
mind
drops,
if I just
right?
elaborated on what we do for console because we
Go
don't
ahead.
have Twitch drops?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So what we have on console is the CMs and GMs give each creator basically a time block, which seems to be about once a month. You have 2 hours and you have to give away 20 codes in this time block, which kind of functions like the Twitch drop, where like every couple of hours that you watch a specific streamer, you get these drops. Now, the problem on console is that we have to stop creating our content to be able to do these raffles, and we end up just standing in town spending the majority of our 2 hour time block that we're given to give away these codes. And I know people like Guido have said, like, I've got these codes, I'm not doing this 2 hour time limit, like I'm just going to give them away and whatever. And I think because of the fact that multiple people can't win more than once, so like if you have multiple people who come into your chat and have drops given away, they get a drop at 2 hours, they get a drop at 4 hours, they get a drop at 6 hours, etc. Whereas like
Okay. Yeah.
a winner in a console stream who gets a giveaway code can't win again, so they just leave. So we don't retain viewers during a giveaway stream, because once someone leaves, they're like, oh, I'm out, got my reward, can't win again. So I
That
think
is
I don't
fair,
know
yeah.
how they would implement that for console, but I think that creates like an issue. It stops us from being able to create content instead of being able to just continue creating content and people get rewards.
Okay, so they used to do this for us a long time ago in the partner program, like a year or two ago in the partner program, before drops were permanent. They used to give us like, hey, here's like 7 codes that they can use, blah blah blah, and you got to give them away as you go. And then they kind of floated away from that and gave us drops instead. Do you guys know? Have you guys asked them why don't you have drops? I think it's probably because they can't redeem it, right? Yeah. So what's their reason?
They just never gave us a specific reasoning on why. They just told us console is not able to have that feature, unfortunately.
It's kind of like we're not in a position to be able to implement that at this time, type thing. It's just a vague, generic response.
Okay, well, I mean,
that's
in
what
fairness,
I'm not too
believe them.
sure how much we can speak on it, but before some of the partners here, like Whirl and like I think
do not break NDA.
Yeah, in brief form. Yeah, I don't know, but
I know we're not gonna break it.
We did used to have meetings, and we did bring it up in those meetings.
Okay.
So like it was discussed.
Okay, and so what are your suggestions? So let's just say, for argument's sake, that you cannot have drops. What would you want instead of the current code system? You said it's a problem, so like, what's the solution?
I think
It's hard to say when the system already exists in the first
think
place.
the solution is
So,
motherfucking drops.
one of the easiest things that you can do off rip is when you load into the game. I know that on PC Launcher it has this. You have like featured creators and some of their content that they have, and we don't have that on console. So I think just getting that would be a really good step in the right direction. I like what they're doing with the codes, but it doesn't really retain viewers.
Okay, so do you think that like if they announce your stream, so do they do like shoutouts in game?
Yes.
They do it one time.
No, they do it more than once.
Well, I'm saying like, say if it's your turn for a shout out, they'll shout you out once. I've only seen my same once, or same thing with other partners who done events.
Well, I was gonna say it's got to be an event, right? They're not just gonna like shout you out because you hit the go live button.
No,
like,
I'm not talking about that, but like for events, I mean.
The 2 hour time period that I was talking about.
They'll do like one time and that's it.
Well, I mean that's how it is for me too. Bro, like there's been times where they like just have forgotten to give a shout out, but like generally speaking, they're very good about it. But you only get it once, and at the start, typically, they give you the shout out, and then that's it. So like, are there anything? So, I'm trying to think of a way. I didn't know you guys didn't have Twitch drops. I'm trying to like. It's probably because there's no way for you to redeem a Twitch drop on console necessarily.
So you see, I thought that too, but we go through the same or a similar process as you, where we have to link our PA account because we have like, like PA, like their website and stuff. We have console Play Black Desert. You just have Play Black Desert and AEU. So we have a similar process as you, but it's weird because even though you link it up in game, we just don't have that option. Now I asked actually Durgif about this. If this isn't breaking NDA, and he brought up to me that somewhere in like Southeast Asia or somewhere in Asia, they deal with a similar issue and they do the same things on console there. So I don't know what the actual
console is all one server though, isn't it?
Yeah. We have 3 separate servers. We have EU and Asia.
Oh, back up. I thought the EU players played with NA and played with Asia for console.
No, not at all.
So you guys have your own regions?
Yes.
We only have 3 regions, but yeah.
It's unfortunate that we don't have any EU partners here. I do have some messages from Faded, who's an EU partner that I bring up later on, but just so he's not forgotten, because he did message me, so that way the EU's voice wasn't, not heard. So well, I mean, like, if I can bring that up later.
Yeah. I mean, so what problems does he have that we haven't mentioned yet?
But no, most of the issues is pretty much have been mentioned. EU suffers a lot more than NA does because their player base is significantly smaller. They have less servers, they have even less players, and it's just overall a pretty miserable experience on EU from what I understand. There's a couple of the EU partners, or not even partners, just players in there, like GTL Empire is an EU player, is a warrior player over there, one of the most geared warriors in the game for console, and he's here too. Maybe he could speak on the EU half of things, but for the most part, it's mainly everything here, just optimization, the community side where EU is a bit different and more, not necessarily toxic, but just far more aggressive than what NA has, and generally just having basically no player base on EU. There's almost 0 players, and I imagine for the Asia server, it's even worse.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Are there Asia like partners?
There's one.
Yes, we have one. Yep.
There's a few. We used to have more, but they quit.
Okay.
Yeah, we only have one now.
We only have one, yeah.
Okay, and so do you feel? All right, pivoting back to like the Twitch drop. So, does anybody have a suggestion for what to do with the Twitch drop thing, other than to just give you a bunch of codes? I don't know what the solution would be other than to give you codes. In this case, I can try to think about it. But like if they can't give you Twitch drops for one reason or another, I'm assuming that if the CMGM team has told you, yeah, it just can't be done, then it can't be done. One way or another. It's just not possible in its current like state. So like I just feel like the codes are probably the only way to hold people's...
I think, like you said, the codes are probably going to be the only option. My only then suggestion would be, if this is the only option that they can do for now, is that they increase the amount of codes that you can give out throughout the stream, so you're not locked to the barrier of 2 hours, first off. And then second, the actual rewards themselves have to be better. Because they're giving out, like, perfumes and, like, droughts and shit, which is like, okay, I mean, it's cool, but it's powder, so... They give better rewards in there. I think that's
What reward do you think is good enough?
Higher amounts of cron stones would be pretty nice. Just a lot more sought after stuff by adventurers.
Let's back
up.
Not
just this crappy shit.
You like cron stones, yeah? Correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't there outfits just sitting on the marketplace for you guys?
No,
absolutely not.
That's what everybody has told me. That's what everyone has told me, is that there's outfits just sitting on the market.
Absolutely not.
Double-digit pre-orders on everything.
You think if they had money, they'd be playing video console?
That's crazy.
If an outfit goes on the market, there's at least 100 people sitting in town to snipe that shit.
Yeah.
So you guys can't get snipes out there. You guys never get outfits off the market.
I want to say never, but
Occasionally.
it's not something. Look, man, if you sit there stare at the market all day,
You get excited when you get an outfit.
one, maybe 2.
Excited, jumping.
The only time I've
just leave
seen
it
like
pre-order.
a big increase in outfits was like when it was like Christmas time. That was like always outfits,
Just
and then
like
it just
EU.
Yeah,
went down that
yeah.
tail.
The
Yeah.
giant packs. She's right.
Yeah.
When they have the giant packs, like the super giga whale packs, where you get like 10 outfits at one, that's when you'll see outfits sometimes sitting. But even then, they don't sit. They're usually gone in like seconds. But sometimes they'll sit for maybe 30 seconds, and then maybe you can get lucky. But that's about it.
Okay, yeah, so it's
That's
like
the
EU.
height of outfit sales.
Yeah, it's basically EU. All right, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so better coupon codes overall.
And then
Okay,
go ahead.
I do.
not
go
only
ahead.
that was when Xbox was on Game Pass. I'm not really sure it's on for like PS4, but when Xbox was on Game Pass, they had like the sales. So people were using the sales because if you had Game Pass, you had like the 10% off or whatever it was. Now since that's off, you don't really see as much whales on that either. Because if you had Game Pass, you had sales all the time.
Makes sense. Okay. All right. So, of the content that you guys are missing, what content do you wish you had the most?
Arena
Wait.
Solar.
Eternal Winter.
Okay, so Mountain of Eternal Winter. I heard Arena of Solaire. No artifacts? You guys don't care about artifacts?
Ew.
I do have a question, and I'm probably about to get like DMs from everybody on this panel. So when it comes to content, nobody makes content. People stream and we get content creator. People make a YouTube video, we get content creator. We're not doing actual events. It's a tab for us to like do events as PA partners, and nobody does it. I have one coming up, but no one does it.
Why do you think that is?
You want me to be honest?
Go ahead.
This is just like a popularity contest. Like people are just up here for the title, for the free value pack, free Old Moon, free
Hey, leave me
Comophobia.
alone, bro.
I'm sorry, but I'm just saying in general. But Guido
Yeah,
is the only person up here. Guido,
Me and Guido
Janeway,
have
and then
tournaments.
I do host events as well, so
Well, first off, hold on. On that, I have to say that's very
And then he cut
to the
out.
program, but like me, Guido, Squidious, or like we've been doing, and even Zeno, like we've had these conversations with Durgov. Like you guys don't know the way that we got did when Durgov was here. And I'm not gonna
It was
put that
Delphi.
shit out there.
Delphi.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
I'm
totally
sorry,
fine, but I'm
Delphi. But no, because you can't sit there and say, "Oh, they're here for a title." But we were the main ones advocating for so much.
Squid
shit.
literally just said he sits inside of the safe zone.
Yeah,
until
he
the
does
lights
that.
pop
But
off.
he's
Okay,
like,
yo,
yeah,
hey,
you gotta
hey,
look at
clear
he's,
comms.
he's doing
Clear
that. He's doing
comms.
that.
Nope,
yeah,
clear
he's
comms.
doing that now.
Toilet clear.
But okay, but you know the title of the
Both of
stream,
you,
right?
shush. We're not about to argue with each other about who is making content and who is not making content.
It's wild.
If you think that the PC partner program is any different in the fact that there are some people that are in the program 100% just because they want their value pack, Comma Blessing, and Book of Old Moon, like you're crazy, bro. Of course there's always going to be people like that. But like it's a partner program, right? Like of course they're going to support that guy as much as they're going to support the top guy who's constantly running events and stuff. You get in, you get out from the program what you put into it. So if you run a lot of events, the partner program supports you a lot more than if you don't run anything. So like, yeah, there's always going to be lazy people, or there's always going to be people that just don't necessarily take it as seriously as others, but that doesn't mean that their content is necessarily worse. It just means that, you know, maybe they're just in it for different reasons. Okay, I'm going to unmute you guys.
So just to play off of what you said, I think that the original point of what Whirl and Live were trying to say is that the program now has definitely been improved, probably just like PC. But the main issue is that on console is you're very limited with the content that you really can create. And you got to really, conjure up something really unique and different.
I don't believe that for a moment. I think that
you don't believe that consoles content is different from PC and that
no, I think that it is different than PC.
You can
no, I think that it is different than PC, but I think there are plenty of content creators that make their console content for other games that make it work. If you say that there's not enough content out there to make, then it's just a failure of imagination overall. You just have to have the imagination to do it. Like it's really just that simple.
I mean,
Can I,
you can open
fix my
up that
previous
list you got, and
statement?
we can,
Well, I mean,
I
like
sure hope so.
Go ahead, Whirl.
Yeah, so The top row right there are the content creators that I can recognize. I'm not saying anyone on this panel doesn't deserve to be there because that will be wrong to say. But Guido, I see him do tournaments. J Ray hosts it with him, and Janeway always has an event going on once a month. If we're being honest, you guys were here before me, so I respect the, you know, what you guys did before. But I was an ambassador for 2, maybe 3 months before I became a content creator. So we were still hosting events. You guys might not have went to like the donkey races and stuff like that, but that was still content for the PvEers and the people who don't have gear. You guys stream and you guys pull 50 plus streamers, which is completely fine. I pull like 30 or whatever. But
That's good numbers.
You can't be upset with the content creator program when you don't invest inside of it. Why is Guido and J Ray the only 2 people actually making tournaments? You know,
So
why is Janeway as an ambassador?
Where you've missed that though.
That's where
I think
you're
that's
wrong.
where you missed that because what J Ray was doing, I
Currently?
did for Guido. I did all that with Guido. I made
But I'm
all
saying
of the. I used to
currently.
sit in calls with him. Yeah, that's currently, but like you can't like put that out there where it's like these are the only 3 that are doing anything. These are one, J Ray's new. He's very new. He just got here. We have been doing this for years where you say there needs to be an investment. There was an investment. That investment got wasted. All the potential was completely wasted. You have no idea what happened between us and the CMs where we all got
And we're not
just
going to talk
completely
about
shit
that.
on.
And we're not going to
Exactly,
talk about
we're
that
not.
either.
Who's new kid on
But like
the
that's my point though. We
Okay.
completely had a different take on that for sure.
Okay, so there is a sentiment. Okay, in general, do we agree with the take that the console creators? Like, I'm curious. I am genuinely asking as a PC creator. See, I'm not familiar with how much content is necessarily in the console space, but I do know that there's not a crazy amount of content in that space. Like, I would love to promote more console creators. If I knew that they were doing events and stuff, I'd love to raid them more. I'd love to give them shout outs more, but sadly, like, that never really reaches me. So I'm curious if you guys would agree more with World that like there's just not like the problem is that the content creators just aren't doing enough, and that would help the game if the content creators did more, particularly the partners, or if the blame lies with someone else. The reason that there's not enough content is because, you know, XYZ reasons, but it doesn't fall necessarily on the creators. I'm curious what we think about this. I'm gonna start with Guido, and we're gonna go around. Guido, do you feel like you do enough as a creator? And do you feel like what are the reasons that you're in the partner you know what? Just give me the reason that you're in the partner program.
I'm in the partner program to do community events, make people laugh. That's
okay. And
that's
what
about it.
community events have you run in the last few months here?
Past few months, I've ran multiple tournaments.
Okay.
With
yeah.
Leo.
Awesome. Amazing. Okay. All right. Yeah. So, Janeway, why are you in the partner program? Oh wait, no, you're not. Are you? You run the.
No.
Yeah,
I'm an
Janeway runs
ambassador.
the community like Discord, like the Velia Rooftops Discord. I apologize, Jane. You're important in a different way, right?
Yeah, she still runs
I'm an
events too, though.
ambassador.
Okay, so you run events too.
Yeah, I think the main ones who do events probably Guido or myself.
Okay.
An ambassador, and I'm an ambassador because because it allows me to get support from PA for events. But in saying that, I can't do events without creators. So they will often come in. So I've had great support from Guido, and there's J Ray, Blazian, Whirl as well. Raydello and Squid. Miss Contagious helped with a recent event that we did. So the events we do are things like Pimp My Crib. We've done a PvP clip competition. We're currently doing a global worldwide console outfit competition over EU, Asia, and NA.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm an ambassador to be able to get that support from Pelabis. But I will say, and I think Guido may agree with me, doing events in this community is a thankless job. It's an incredible amount of work, and it's difficult to get the return from it.
I'm gonna be honest. That doesn't really change a whole lot. You're not gonna get people that come to you and say, "Hey, thanks for running that big tournament, big dog. Thanks for putting up all that prize pool money." Nobody cares. What you get from it. I mean, every job has its problems, right? What you get out of content creation is like the publicity and like you get the eyes on your channel, right? Which ultimately will translate into more popularity long term is what you hope. So yeah, it's going to be a thankless job up front. Nobody's going to come to you and thank you for doing it, but like it's supposed to be fulfilling in its own right, right? Like I did this for the community. I feel good about it, kind of deals. But okay. JR3Y, do you feel that the like number one, why are you in the partner program? 2, and again, I'm not just asking you this, I'm trying to ask everybody this. Why do you feel like you like the partner program? What do you do in the partner program? What do you need it for? And number 2, do you agree with Whirl that there's just not enough people doing enough stuff?
So I, honestly speaking, kind of got gate kept from the partner program for a couple years. Due to, and I don't know if I can totally go into all of that information, but due to just how it was previously ran, who was previously running it, I kind of got gate kept from the program for a couple years, and then just recently, a couple months ago, finally got into it, accepted into it.
If it makes you feel better, I was gate kept out of it too because I was a brand risk. Plain and simple. My content at the time was I was a brand risk, and they didn't want to take the risk on me. So like, I mean, like it's a company.
Was different though. He wasn't a brand risk at all. He was making probably some of the most optimal content from a stream perspective. He was doing great, and he was very family friendly too, and not a brand risk at all. And he earned that content tag more than anybody else. He needed that shit 2 years ago.
Squid, relax for a second. What I'm saying is there are reasons behind the scenes that it is a multi-billion-dollar company. They have their reasons. But like you did get in, and so what are you doing with it now?
So now what I do is I do tournaments with Guido, and I just kind of stream here and there and do PvP content. I think Whirl has a point, but I don't think it's necessarily all the content creators' fault. It's no secret to us, really, that PA hasn't really given, especially with how the creator program has been ran the past couple of years, there hasn't really been great incentive to take the position super seriously, if you will. From Pearl Abyss's side, they haven't taken it too seriously at all. So there hasn't been much more incentive for people, especially people who have been doing it for a long time, to come up with something new every time they go live, if that makes sense. I do think with who we do have in charge now, it's getting better, but there just hasn't been much, like I said, incentive or even reason to do that with how neglected not only console has been from PA side, but also the partner program in general has been neglected. So I think that in its majority is a big problem with kind of what's been going on in general nowadays. And I'm going to be honest with you, when I go live, I feel like I even do the same shit every day when I go live. Nothing really happens. And I think that's part in turn to I like to go around in open world PvP, but you can't really open world PvP when no one's playing the game anymore. So it's just like, I don't know. I think a lot of it does go back to it being Pearl Abyss's fault that it is the way it is now. But I do think she has some validity to what she's saying.
Okay. I'm going to come in with a bit of a hot take here. But I'm just going to say this outright because I think it needs to be said. It's not Pearl Abyss's job to come up with your content. And if you want to grow as a content creator, it is 100% on you to come up with the new content and stream the new content. It's their job to support you when you come up with something new. If you're going to sit there and stream the same thing every day, they're not going to support you doing that. But if you come to them and you say, hey, I'm doing this new VOD review thing, or hey, I'm doing this new type of fashion show, or hey, I have this new PvP event thing that I want to do, they will absolutely support you on it. And I know that as somebody that came into our current partner program, there were a lot of partners in the PC side of things that had the exact same complaints. Well, they're not doing enough. It doesn't really motivate me. It's not their job to motivate you. It's not their job to be proactive. It's a partnership. You have to put in work, and then they will put in work to support you on that. So like, you've got to come up with new content yourself. If you stream the same thing every single day, don't be surprised when your viewers don't grow. That's how it works.
Well, I think you took this totally different than what I said. So it's not their job to give us stuff to do at all. Okay, but especially from you coming from the outside and looking in, you don't know what it's like on console. You don't know what our content release is. You don't know what our player base is. So I understand on PC it would be that way. but on console, it's a completely different thing.
This is, but see, you're talking about console and PC as if the Twitch community is any different. This is Twitch we're talking about now.
We don't get constant PC people coming into our streams. We stream to our community.
No, you definitely have PC viewers coming into viewing.
My thing is, and a lot of us, I don't care to be a big time streamer. I do it because I enjoy showing off a class that no one even cared about. That's why I started streaming.
That's why most people
so
do
I don't care to pay my bills doing this shit. Okay, I actually like having a real job.
That's
it's like
same. I did the same thing. Like a year ago, I was in your exact same position. It's different for me now, sure, but understand that up until about 4 or 5 months ago, I was exactly the same as you. I just did this as a pastime. But like again, and like it's no different on console than it is on Twitch. People think, or I mean, than it is on PC. People think the same. People want to do the same. Like it's not like I was getting necessarily popular. The reason that I got popular in the first place was usually, unironically, my Fun Day Monday, which I will do directly after this, after we finish here. But like that was just a different take on how to do VOD reviews and stuff like that. I was just doing it differently than some of the other people were. So like on console, it's no different. Like Twitch operates the same way regardless. We're all still playing the same game. Sure, some people might not want to watch you because you're on console, but if you're doing something really entertaining and fun, they're going to watch you regardless of whether or not you're playing console or PC, because what you're doing is fun and entertaining. So like, don't get discouraged because your community is necessarily smaller. I would say that like overall you're competing for the same Twitch viewership.
But what VOD reviews could we do on console? 10-minute handoffs every Siege and Node War?
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be VOD reviews. You're narrowly focusing on VOD reviews. Do something else. Like there's all kinds of.
Could you give some suggestions of other ideas that could be options for console, just so we can get a general idea of what you're referring to?
Absolutely. Not a single one of you does a patch note rundown.
That's a lie. Really I do patch notes every 2 weeks.
Squidious does on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, like Squidious does them when he can.
Because like the patches are different for us, so it's like it's hard to do them because of the patch issues, and since ours don't come out at the time that we already went over this, but you know, ours has come out an hour before, so it's like I have to go to the PC ones and then talk about it, and then for my community it's 4 weeks down the line, it's like, oh, we're maybe gonna get this, and it's like it's very hard to do it. So I usually, when I do the patch runs down, it's more just kind of an overview of like, I hope we get this because this sounds cool, I hope we don't get this because this doesn't sound cool. So it's like that kind of thing. It's not a literal overview because I never know what's gonna make it to console and what isn't, so it's very hard for me to do it, but I try.
Well, yeah, like that, but that's part of my point, is that like being consistent is part of being a good content creator. Like as long as you're consistently doing it every week and putting it up on YouTube, people will watch it. But also, like, you can do all kinds of things with content. You don't necessarily need to just do what everyone else is doing. It benefits you to do something different. Like, and you say, what? Well, that's part of being a content creator, is trying to figure out what people will find entertaining that you could do differently than everyone else. Like,
Can I just chime in?
Go ahead, Reaper.
Okay. So I do something a little different than most of the people here do. While I do still primarily base a lot of my viewage on PvP, like almost everyone else does here, creating content doesn't always mean that you need to do something for people to watch. You can literally, I'm going to use this in quotations, farm content by just interacting with your viewers. There are so many voices who ask questions, and it falls onto deaf ear. We have so many console players that are overwhelmed and don't know what they're doing, that just simply creating guides and talking to them on a personal level, pulling up their Garmoth and helping, like spending an hour or two on stream pulling up their Garmoth like I do on a constant basis, being like, oh, I see your gears here, what are you working towards, and let me help guide you in a different way. You don't have to produce something to make content. You can interact with the people who are watching you for a reason, and if you promote that kind of positivity growth, you can grow as a streamer because people will know that they can come to you for help in the first place. You don't always have to be like, look at what I did, look at what I put on, look what PA is supporting. Just interact with your viewers. It doesn't always have to be negative and drama farming content and viewer. It doesn't be that way.
So one thing, because I got to get ready for work. I apologize, guys.
You're okay.
I think we're getting away from what what everyone was saying. No, not for
Liv,
what World was
answer
saying,
the
but
question. Well, answer the question initially, and then you could give your 2 cents on it. Do you
Okay,
think that Whirl is
so-
right? That people are just being lazy in the program, and then what are you in the program for?
Okay, so unfortunately, I don't. Just like at a job, and I'm not saying BDO or being a partner is a job, but when people do something that you don't like and you give them solutions, like for the past year or two, me and Guido, Squidious, Raydello, we have given, Zeno's been there. We've given suggestions. Hey, let's do that, and it's always that what's the word, man? It's just like some cryptic ass message. Oh well, we can't do this, and then we asked them like, hey, well, why did we sign an NDA? And it's like, well, you guys did it for this, but so we can't never. We always said we end up looking stupid in front of our community because when the patch doesn't go through, that you guys knew wasn't going to go through, when content isn't coming, and you guys are saying, "It's like you ready for this?" It's like we don't know what to say. So we, of course, are jaded because it's like, well, we're tired of looking stupid to the community, and then everyone comes to us for an answer, and we don't have one. I know Sebs used to be in the party, he can definitely agree on what I'm saying. We've tried to communicate on all forms at every level, and it doesn't go anywhere. So that's my outtake. So to us, it's like, well, like I said, Guido stays and he does the PvP thing because that's what he likes. That's his way of getting the community together. No one knocks Guido for that. When I talk to Guido about it, like you said, Guido does all the legwork. He puts everything together. He sets up the rewards. He gets help from Squidious. He gets commentary help from J-Ray. He gets help from Slot. That's what they do. When I first started, yeah, I was doing the events. I was trying, but then it's just like, okay, you know what? My way of giving back just for me is I don't know about I know Guido, you know, he has a stream where he goes for a month or so and then he'll stop. Jerry streams when he can. My schedule's just different where I work overnight so I can stream during the day or whatever. So that's just my way of, that's why I'm here. I'm just here to just show that console does have a community, no matter how toxic or stupid or ignorant it is. It's like I'm going to stream every day to be that face for the console community. I'm not sitting there saying I'm a positive face or anything like that because my shit gets toxic as in there. But I'm putting something out to show like, hey man, no matter what, we're out here and we're I'm gonna keep doing that. And that's just me. So
Okay, yeah, no, I mean it's a fair take. Obviously, console has its community, and like they should absolutely be represented. You know, it's sad that like what I'm hearing is that like we don't, from the content creators, is we don't have enough content. It's kind of rough. It's rough to hear, and like it is tough to have to innovate your own content when like obviously it's a lot easier for the PC players to just hop in Arena of Solaire and then do that all day. Is a lot more simple. It requires you guys to definitely go an extra step. That really sucks. Squidious, do you agree with Whirl? Do you think that the content creators aren't doing enough, or do you feel that this lies more with Perlibus?
Can you elaborate on like not doing enough, like in terms of events, or like what do you mean by like not uploading or streaming enough? Like what exactly do you mean by not doing enough?
Well, it was Whirl's suggestion. So Whirl, what do you think? What do you feel like not doing enough means?
Based off the title and what we all like signed up for in a previous chat, he set the state of console and BDO, meaning like what's going on right now. What I personally see and what other people inside of the chat were mentioning as well, like Guido and J Ray's like you know, the PvP tournament that pulls like 400 plus viewers. That's content. Janeway does like I won't say RP, but more like lifestyle BDO events, like the fashion event that's going on right now. I feel like those are events that I would like to see more from content creators. As I just said, I'm not perfect. I just got in a program and I'm making an event and I'm just waiting to finish the final touches. And I reached out to a few content creators on the panel to be a part of it or whatever. Smart. But that's all I'm asking for. That's it. It's not to bash anybody because you guys are letting this chat get to your head, which I hope that's not the case. But we're all up here for a reason. Like Reform said, to help people out. I was an ambassador for 3 months before getting promoted to content creator. So
yeah, World and I followed the same path. We bonded, like kind of just became friends right off of starting ambassador, and we kind of just followed our community almost like in line in the same direction. So
okay,
you know, we're on the same page.
Okay, so like, and again,
okay, so events
go
is what you're saying.
Not enough events. Do you feel that is a fair statement?
Yeah, probably that's fair because like I don't host events, like I do YouTube and stuff. The only like I used to do the tournaments with Guido and I would upload the tournaments because he gave me permission to do so, and I also participated in the tournaments as well and a few times. So it's like I used to host with Guido or co-host with him, and we would do the commentary. I'd break out the soundboard, try and make it fun as best as we can, and then over time it got to the point where it was unsustainable in terms of just putting up all that work. Me and Guido would sit up hours, like till like 4 in the morning, designing all all the artwork design. I had to sit in Adobe After Effects trying to like create all the transitions for like all day, and then we would try and negotiate with the CMs on the rewards for the tournaments, and sometimes it wouldn't turn out the way we wanted, even though it definitely could because we've seen them give out those rewards before, but they wouldn't give it to us for our events. So it became discouraging, and it was really hard. And my passion ended there with that because it was just such a hard thing to negotiate for, and it became just something that I was not interested in anymore. Because when you talked about support, that it's PA's job to support us, they don't. Because we've tried, we've done that. They do the best that they can, but they don't support in the way that we're looking for in most cases, even though they have before in the past, but they won't do it again, or they won't do it because it's a PC issue and then they won't cross it over. Not only that too, but our arena of Arsha is bugged. It has been bugged for the longest time. So when me and Guido used to host the tournaments, we would have issues with the arena of what was the bug in Arena of Arsha, Guido? I completely forgot. It was like
there's multiple bugs. So sometimes when players will load in, their character, like on their right joystick, you won't be able to turn. Like so you could still play, but your right stick was literally forced in place, so you can't rotate your screen. You can't like do anything. You can't click anything because you can't move your camera around. There's another bug where there's another bug where the free-for-all mode was broken. I got a message from the CMs and GMs about that. Still hasn't been fixed. That was like 7 months ago. There's another bug when you load in, you're spectating, the entire arena will just blow up. Yeah,
I mean, that sucks. Like, obviously that sucks. We have bugs for AOA as well. They aren't quite that bad, though. So, okay. All right, that makes sense. So you agree, though, Squid, that there's not a crazy amount of people running events, though. But when you do run events,
sure,
they try to offer you support. It's not necessarily always the support that you want, and in fairness, it's the same for me. It's not like when I run an event, I necessarily like I'm just like, the way I usually present it to them is, hey, I'm doing this thing. If you can help me, please help me. If you can't help me, don't help me then. Like the BDO Community Awards, they didn't help me with that.
It's a little rough from that perspective. I understand too, and not only that, but like there's times where also that they will approach the content creators too and want them to join in on events as well. I remember, I think it was Guido Live and Croc, or I'm not sure who the other one was. They were supposed to do like an event in a stream event for the dungeon that came out, and then the dungeon bugged out and didn't work. It just didn't work. They couldn't do anything, and then they failed the dungeon, and then I think at one point the CMs just said like it or whatever, and they went and did their own stream by themselves.
Okay. Miz, you've been in the partner program for a decent amount of time now. Would you agree that there's not enough events being run or people necessarily trying to take advantage of like the benefits it can give you? Do you feel like you're one of those people, or what do you feel like you get out of the program now?
I mean, I used to run a lot of events actually, from the PvP in the Valencia when they used to do like the GMs versus GMs. I used to run the wheelbarrow, the wagon. I used to do the housing events. Sometimes I would host events within the guild, not really like outside the guild, and then I would host outside the guild. I think one of the events I did was King of the Hill was one of the events that I had, but that was kind of difficult. But I mean, for the past couple months, I haven't been running too many events because people do have real life stuff. Like I have real life stuff to do, so I haven't been able to come up with something. But everyone's content is their own. You want to set up something, you set up something. If you don't want to set up something, that's on you. It's what you put. It's how much work you put in to get the results out of. So like I said, I haven't been running events, so I can't really say like right now. I've been doing real life stuff, but before I used to run a lot of events. I mean, that's how, like you said, that's how you found me. So, but If you don't want to run an event, you don't want to run one. It happens. You just want to be here for the partner title. That's you. But you want to be here for extra stuff, just put in the work.
Okay, so do you think it's okay that people are just basically farming the partner title by hitting go live?
That's I mean, I don't really think I have a place to say like comment on that, but if you just want to be here for the rewards, that's on you. I can't really control. You signed up for a partner, and what you put in is what you get out of.
Okay, all right. Ray Dello, how do you feel about it? Do you feel like there's too many people farming?
I'll be completely blunt and honest.
Yeah, go ahead.
I am completely uninterested in creating like events. My original like when I originally became partner, what I did is I streamed Node Wars every single day. I streamed Siege every Saturday. That's when Node Wars and Siege was relevant. Nowadays, it's more of just a pass-off game, so I can't really stream that no more. You get a decent fight every once in a while. And my other part of content was open world PvP, and with the changes to the deck system, the only place you're getting open world PvP now is on Arsha, where used to I could server swap and I could find people to fight. Now it's I go to Arsha, and if there's nobody there, there's just nobody there. So
do you feel there's not enough? Do you feel there's not enough events being run in the partner program? Do you think that would help console?
I don't think there's very many events going on, but I think it will help console. It depends on the event. I heard somebody say something about wheelbarrow racing. I don't think that's helping anything on console. Nobody wants to hop on a wheelbarrow and push that thing. I mean, I'm sure there's some that thinks that's interesting or whatever, but that's not the I don't think that's not the content that I enjoy, so I can't speak on it, right? So generally speaking,
so you like just being in the program and just like kind of streaming and just getting your rewards and stuff. You don't have any intention of making more events and whatnot. It's just not your thing.
I don't want to see streaming as a second job for me.
That's fine.
I enjoy my actual job.
People.
I'm fine with that.
That's most people, believe it or not. Like and like that's the way it kind of should be in a lot of cases. So that's fair.
With that being said, I don't mind helping other people with their content. Like I have people message me asking me if they want me to help them with an event they got planned, and I'm cool with it. But when it comes to the creating my own events, with the content we currently have, I'm uninterested. If we ever got AOS and the private AOS setting where I could host AOS tournaments, I'd probably be interested in that, but that's about it.
Okay. All right, Reform. I know you had an opinion before. How do you feel about what Whirl said? Do you agree? Do you think that there's just not enough events being run, and that essentially the implication here is that if there were more events being run, the community would be more active? Like it would just be an overall W for the community.
I agree for the most part. I don't think you should have to run an event to be able to be considered a content creator, and like that also implies to like our YouTube content creators like Squidious and Xeno. Like the vast majority of like their views come from YouTube. If you run an event, how many views are you going to get from that on YouTube versus something like a guide or like an interactive thing where you go through like Garmoths and stuff and you explain how something is done like mechanically, because there's some stuff on console which just operate differently. There's parts of like the infinite pot which you do something, you have to do an entirely different simple alchemy to be able to do it, but not a lot of console players know that.
Yeah, well, PC you need rubbling earth shards, and on console you need spirit essence, just for example.
Yeah, that's the example that I was using. Like some console players, like we didn't know that. We had to look it up and be like, well, why can't we do this a certain way? But like console has certain implications that are just different, and Squidious and Xeno could capitalize on making those guides, whereas somebody who's just a Twitch streamer, that guide, they're probably not going to be able to make a guide for that. But for the most part of what she said, like I do agree with. I was an ambassador as well, and I moved over to the content creator program at the same time that she did, so I'm relatively new. I've got a couple ideas in store that I've been working towards for events, hasn't seen the light yet because I want it to be perfect before I do it. But it doesn't mean that someone like me isn't content just because I'm not producing events for the community to be interactive with me in game type thing.
Okay. I did agree with your take earlier that like simply interacting with your chat is good content. I mean, that's what I do half my time. Half of my content is literally me just responding to what's going on in chat in a unique way. And I also do gear review stuff from time to time. That's some of my most popular content, at least on Twitch, man. I run that gear review and people get excited, man. That redeem kind of goes hard in my chat. So I completely agree. Interacting with chat. I mean, there's a reason that people like, you know, you want to farm impressions on Twitter a lot like you want to farm interaction with your viewers on Twitch. It's part of being a good content creator. So I agree with you on that for sure. I think Whirl is hard meted. So I'll go to Xenopane. Xenopane, do you agree that there's not enough events being run in the partner program? And do you think that if there were more events were being run, that like it would be really good for the community? And also, is that Perlibus's fault or your or like the creator's fault?
I think it would be pretty awesome for the community if we had a lot more content creators that did events, but you know, everyone does their, you know, is known for their own thing, you know, like whether that's streaming or doing, you know, like me, myself, I do guides, tutorials, and I do patch notes every 2 weeks, like all the time. And I think it just varies person to person. Like I agree to disagree with her in the sense that I think it could have been worded differently because it did sound like right out gate that she was attacking everybody else. But
I mean, maybe she intended to do that. Like maybe, I'll admit when I joined the partner program on PC initially, I had a similar sentiment. But like, you know, you get older, you age a little bit more. You start to realize that like it has already been said, you don't necessarily have to run events to be running like
exactly
to be making content, right? Like Choice is the top streamer in our category. I haven't seen Choice run an event in a really long time. It's the dude's just a specimen. Everything he does is content, right? So it's just a win. So like, right. You know, it's just a different way of seeing things, right? Like I wouldn't necessarily call people that don't run events lazy. Is probably just not a super great way of looking at it. But there is a certain aspect of it where you do have people complaining that there's not enough content, and usually those are the same people that should be running events, in my experience.
Can I comment on something?
Go ahead.
All right, so look, my title says content creator, not event creator, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Well, events are content in a lot of cases.
It is, but it's not something that I'm needed to do, bro.
Yeah, that's where it comes down to individualism. You know, like some people are known for certain things. Like Chris Polly's known for, you know, getting those global lab patch notes out, and you know, also guides and tutorials. And you know, Blue Squadron, you're known for reviewing VODs and you know, doing your type of content with, you know, it's just all a difference of, you know, who that person is and what type of content they do. Like I'm known throughout the community for patch notes, guides, and tutorials. So that's what I do. That's what I focus on. I don't have time to be running events. You know, maybe somebody else does, you know, because I'm a full-time father, you know, and I'm married. I'm 33 years old, you know, so like that's what I can do is guides and tutorials. And I've been doing that for multiple games, not just Black Desert. And as for it falling on Pearl Abyss's, you know, it being their fault, I wouldn't say per se, no. I've been partnered with multiple companies, and each company runs their company different. You know, I just think when it all comes down to it, it's more so communication. I think communication's a big thing that was lacking before Durgif came, you know, before Durgif took over. And I think as long as we have that communication, things will probably look up. And I do think that they need to do a little bit more better with promotion, because you know how PC has the UI in game, people can click on it and see what partners do what, you know, get that information, you know, whilst on console they don't have that, you know, easy access. They actually have to go to the website, you know, because a lot of content creators that get referenced on console are PC content creators, because in my opinion, PA hasn't done a very good job with promoting their content creators on console specifically. For why that is, I have no clue. You know, we have a 2-week deal in place, and I've submitted for that. You know, I've done all the lore videos for every single class, and only my Dream Horse lore video got a shout out, and I put in for the whole series like weeks, months beforehand for a shout out. So I mean, that's just like another story. So I think partially it falls on PA's shoulders, but then also it is up to the creator to come up with his or her own content.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Yeah, wow, you do lore videos, Pog. Right on. Yeah, no, there's not very many PC creators that do lore videos either. I think there's a big space in the, like, there's a lot of room in the BDO space for a lot of different content. Guys, we play an MMO sandbox RPG. Whether it's making guides or making events or simply grinding the new spot, right? Or doing the new content. I think there's always room for content to be made. All right, so we've been through a lot on this podcast. We've cycled through just about every problem that console basically struggles with, or like the biggest problems that console struggles with. I want closing thoughts. What are the top 3 things that you well, give me the top number 1 thing that you think needs to be changed on console, and then give me your number 1 suggestion for how it should be fixed. I'll go around one more time. Let's go with Guido first.
So starting off top 3, number 1, performance. I don't even think we need to go on to that.
And
number
what needs
2,
to be done about that?
Okay. Well, what needs to be done about that? They have to introduce next gen port, and PA needs to prove themselves to the console player base and everyone around here that they can follow through with their promises.
Okay.
That's the biggest thing.
All right, that's big. Okay. Janeway, aside from what Guido just said, unless you have something to add on that, but like aside from performance, what's the next thing that console struggles with?
I think the next step, like following from what Guido said, like once we get performance and next gen, that Pillar-Abyss work to attract new players to the game. That they do some marketing, some active actual pushing of the game and try and attract, so we could improve and increase the numbers in the community. I think that would be helpful.
Okay. All right. JR3Y?
Performance. I don't give a fuck about anything else.
Okay, and the only thing you want fixed with performance is the next gen. You want to drop the old gen, right? You were a big advocate for that?
Just let me be able to play my game and play my class on this game. That's all I want.
Yeah, makes sense. I agree. Killer Croc, is he here yet?
I think he might just be gone.
He might be sleeping. Squidious, what are your?
I've got nothing to add.
Okay.
It's performance. That's it. Just performance. I just want to play the game optimally.
Okay, Miz.
All right, good talks.
All right, good talk, Miz. Raydella?
I agree with what Guido said, and that's probably about it.
Okay, all right.
I think the deck system should be reverted, but that's about it.
Okay, nobody mentioned anything about the alliance system not being in the game, which is interesting. Reform?
I'm kind of the same. Performance, and you know, I'm gonna huff the copium hard here, but I'd love to see console catch up to PC to have release content on both platforms at the same time. Being so far behind just kind of draws console away. So I'd love to see console catch up and then, you know, have a reason to pick your preferred platform rather than the one that's just ahead or performs better.
Okay. All right. Whirl, I think, is muted now, and Xenopane.
I think the big thing for me is communication and transparency within the partner program and with the community. A lot of the time, you know, it's already been mentioned that we're left playing hot potato with these patch notes, and so the hype is just not there. If we knew even like a day, or you know, let's even go even more minimal than that, you know, maybe 6 hours before the patch actually even hits console, you know, the hype would be there. The fact that we are playing hot potato with content and we have no idea what we're getting, just it sucks, you know, because there's mad differences between console and PC. With PC, you know, you guys get in the Discord little snippets, you know, little teasers of, oh, you know, I was gonna get this and this and this, and then, you know, click the link to read the rest of the patch notes. You guys still get the streams. We don't get the streams at all. It's the communication's very lacking. Too many secrets going around. You know, where us partners are definitely left in the dark when it comes to a lot of things. You know, I hate being a content creator, either going live or making a video or being in game, and someone says, "Hey, you know, you're a content creator? Yeah. Oh, what are we getting for, you know, in the next couple weeks?" And my answer is always, "I don't know." Like, I have absolutely no clue. And just having just, you know, some communication, transparency, preemptiveness on PA's part would definitely bring gamers back to the console platform and keep their current player base if they just communicated. Because right now I think it's just it's a trust issue currently with the community in PA, and I hope eventually that gets fixed. But yeah, that's my big thing, is communication.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's a really big thing that they could fix like tomorrow if they wanted to. Is trying to just let you guys know just a little bit sooner on patch note stuff, because that also allows the content creators to make content about that stuff. Is like knowing in advance that stuff is going to happen. So I think that would help you guys tremendously, and like help like build hype around the community. So absolutely, I completely agree, guys.
Yeah, like prime examples like Scholar, you know, like the hype's already died off for her completely.
Wait, you guys don't have Scholar, do you?
No, we don't.
No.
And the hype's not there no more. Like, people like now, whenever Scholar does come to console, it's just gonna be like, well, she's there, I can go to Maker just to fill out a slot. It's not gonna be.
Notice that we're not getting Scholar until after we get next gen ports, so at least 6+ months from now before we even see Scholar implemented to console.
Yeah.
All right, well, that stinks. That's an F.
Bummers.
That's an F. All right, boys and girls, thank you so much for coming on, guys. I really appreciate it. This will go up on YouTube. I'll try to credit all of you in the description so that everybody can go take a look at each and every one of your content and stuff. I know it did get heated a couple times, guys, but this definitely ended up being an overall net W for the console community, I think. So hopefully Perlibus definitely tries to listen this time and fixes what they can with it, or at least tries to start pushing in that direction. My advice to you guys is to never stop complaining. Don't ever stop giving them feedback. As disparage as it might look sometimes, you have got to keep giving them feedback, or it really will never change. What you laughing about?
Not that. I just read somebody in your chat and I looked in the waiting room.
Yeah, he wants to hop in here and say a closing statement.
Yeah, who is that? Who is that guy?
So he's a former partner. He's not gonna say anything wild. But if
am I gonna get canceled if I pull him in here?
No.
No, you won't.
No, probably not.
No.
You're fine. So. You're fine. You're fine.
Swear to God.
All right. Jumps, what can I help you with?
I just wanted to kind of add a closing statement that a lot of people just kind of didn't really touch on. And one thing that you mentioned, like specifically on the stream, that, you know, a lot of people just didn't have a necessary rebuttal to when you were mentioning, you know, console and PC, the events and promoting content is basically no different. I have to completely disagree. The reason being that it's very, very different. I can tell you why.
Okay, go ahead.
When PC gets a new zone, when PC gets, you know, a new zone, whether it's a new accessory or, you know, a new, you know, the DR boots or the evasion boots, the new Taurus boots or whatever they're called. People from console are able to come in to PC streams to see those new grind spots. They're able to ask their questions. How much silver an hour is this grind spot? You know, is this better than X's, you know, XYZ spot that you guys previously had? By the time that specific zone gets to console, it's ancient history. Nobody's coming from PC into a console streamer and ask them, you know, is this spot good silver an hour? They're not able. That cross-platform question is not a thing. Like, nobody's coming from PC to ask console players questions because our console is so backdated, but console players are coming to PC streams and asking them questions about stuff that console doesn't know when they're ever going to get. They're just hoping on, you know, whenever Perlibus decides to release whatever it is on PC to console. And a prime example for how ridiculous console's catch-up platform is compared to PC, we got Dawn's gloves before we got Labresca.
Right, I get that. Yeah, no, I completely understand it.
PC.
So if I could speak on this, PC suffers
go
from
ahead.
the reason I know that that is not the case, and that's not really how it works, although it could seem that way, is because we have several streamers in the video category that stream all of this content before it actually makes it to live servers for us. Hugh Hotbar is a perfect example of someone that is able to stream literally everything that everyone else can stream. He can stream it 1 to 2 weeks sooner than everyone else, and we are all in Hugh's stream asking questions, but it doesn't at all take away from the day that it launches live in North America. You are absolutely still in Choice's chat asking him about the new grind zone.
Of course you are.
And
Of course you
seeing,
are.
like,
But you're talking about 2 weeks. You guys have had the Dawn gloves for how long have you guys had Calpheon Elvia for? You're
Well, no,
talking about
we-
2 weeks difference.
No, we're talking. Okay, well, let me give you a better example then. How about Odalita? We didn't have. Korea got Odalita. I believe it was 12 months or like a year and a half, something like a year and a half before the rest of us did, and we all had to watch Korean, like all of the Korean streamers, like stream this, and like we knew everything about it. But when it released for NA and it finally came out, all of the content creators made content for that. We still had a big bump in viewership.
But I'm talking about the magnitude of content that's released with that region. You're speaking Odalita. Odalita is a very high CAFR zone because of Olin's Valley. And then aside from Olin's, you have Crypt, which a lot of people, both on, not everyone is geared to grind at Crypt. And you're talking about an end game only grind spot, which is the Deboreka belt, and then the only other grind spot is Thornwood, which is not like a high silver per hour spot unless you're speaking Dekia.
Olin's.
And I that's the first thing that I mentioned.
Yeah, Olin's, Crypt, Thornwood.
Olin's, Crypt, Thornwood, and then you have Turos for the chess piece.
Yep. Turos is another really big one as well. Again, when you guys get new content, it is absolutely super hype for the console community, and people are absolutely going to go to Twitch just to see their streamer playing the new content. Like, it's no different for console than it is for PC in this way.
I'll give you a perfect
example.
I'll give you a perfect example right now. This is a very perfect specific example I can give you. Because now that you brought up names, I'm going to give you names as well.
Okay.
So the biggest streamers, I was a partner before, and I'm no longer in the partner program because I just completely stopped playing the game just due to the inefficiency of how CMs were responding to the feedback that I was giving them. I told them they need to push for next gen port. At the time, I was shot calling for one of the top siege guilds in the game. So, I was really pushing for siege changes, alliance changes, because it was a shit show on console for a long time. There was just people, placing sticks. And that was an issue that we needed to be addressed, and they ended up addressing it months and months later. But a prime example to what I can just give you right now. At the time when I was a streamer, the big streamers that would pull the most viewers would be, Guido, myself, and Zimply, who's not in here at the time. We were the big PvP streamers that we would stream large scale PvP and open world content as well. And then mine was kind of catered to both large scale and open
Sly
world,
too.
griefing, and Sly. Sly was the biggest. But the prime example that I want to give is the top streamers that I just named to you at the time. They're going into people like, YoFamC's stream, typing, Choice's stream, typing, asking questions about these, about these new spots, this, that. It's never been mutual for PC top end streamers are coming into a console player's stream and asking questions or interacting with the console community.
Well, that is because the
And it has
console is
nothing
not
to, it has nothing to
necessarily.
do.
You're not getting content before us, though. There's a difference. Like, if we would come into your streams if console got content before we did, we would
That's what
absolutely
I'm
be
saying.
there. Like,
You're further proving my point. Well, you're saying that console and PC is no different with, how we can produce content, whereas it's completely different because we are getting content
that's not completely different. That
backdated
is
compared to you.
one. That is one difference because okay, so we're arguing two different points here. I am arguing that when content releases on console, you still get a bump in viewership. People still come to check it out and ask you questions and do all this stuff when new content comes out. And you are arguing that since we get the content sooner, when you guys get it, we are not coming into your streams to interact with you and do that content. Those are two different points. And although that's kind of true. Like that is kind of true. You still definitely get some PC people in your stream chats, absolutely, and they definitely still ask you questions, whether it be about gear or whatever. They definitely still ask you the same questions about the game. You just might not be able to answer them yet because you don't have that content quite yet. You still definitely get the bump in viewership. Like, I'm arguing that again, when the content releases for console, you're absolutely getting more viewership than you were before that content actually released. It's not like everybody on console is different, that like they're not hyped up about like getting Calpheon Elvia is a good example. Calpheon Elvia comes out, everybody comes in the stream, oh, how is the new spot? How is Giants? How does this look for like what does this look like for us? You know what I mean? Because like they're absolutely going to come check it out because your gear is different than ours, right? You guys don't have certain things that we have, so it's gonna be different for you guys.
I see where you're coming from, and I don't want to say that I, disagree with you. I hear what you're saying, but my rebuttal to your point is content. At the end of the day, content is curiosity. When people, when a new zone releases for console, when the new zone releases, people are curious to see how the region is, whether it's for console, whether it's for PC. Whereas because our content is so delayed in comparison to PC, a lot of people already have a generalized idea for where the spots that are already good. They already have a lot of their answers pre-answered.
We do this with KR all the time. The NA deals with this all the time with Korea. It's the exact same thing.
Again, 2 weeks isn't enough data to provide.
I can give any number of examples. There's literally, Korea gets like everything before. They got War of the Roses months before we did. They got Odalita years before we did. It's exactly the same thing. Like they get it first, and then eventually it comes out for us, and then everybody gets all hyped up about it. And it's not like Korean viewers come in and they're like, "Oh, hey, can I ask questions about this now?" No, because they've already experienced it.
A lot of them are speaking a different language, though.
Right. Well, like that they are, but like there's specific content creators.
If a Korean comes into your
category.
chat and starts typing, and if Koreans start coming into your chat and start speaking in Korean or whatever, Asian language of their descent, you're not going to understand what it is. So there's no point of them asking.
If what you're saying is true, then Hugh Hotbar would literally dominate the entire category all the time, no matter what, because he's getting the content first every single time. And that is simply not the case. Like, Hugh is a great content creator. He's a big content creator. But, like, just because Hugh demonstrates it on his stream first, and yeah, his clips go to Pistanity and stuff, doesn't mean that you're not immediately going to go into Biseptimus Prime's stream the next day and ask him about the content as well. Like, and this is not the only way to make content. You're very narrowly fixating on this one aspect of content creation where something new is released for the game, when the majority of consoles issues when it comes to content are actually about, okay, well, the game is stagnant for a long period of time, so we need to figure out how to make consistent content when the game isn't releasing new content for us. And that is where the imagination is falling short. Am I wrong?
It's not that you're wrong. It's just very difficult to understand a perspective that you're not in. And when I say when you're not in, I'm not saying that you're clueless. What I'm saying is you're not physically living in it. Being on console compared to the platform that you're on right now, it has nothing to do with even the region. I feel like a lot of console players will be totally content with little to no complaints if the game just performed the way that it did. We can suck up the content if the game performed the way that it did. However, when you pair that with delays and constant false promises from this company, it's lack of leadership. And if there's nobody that's leading by example from Perlibus, there's no way the content creators, whether it's previous or current content creators or streamers or ambassadors, however you want to put it, there's no way that these content creators, ambassadors, and previous streamers can put themselves in a position to produce content that is not original. That is original, I'm sorry, because everything that they're putting up has been up for months, years, or weeks, or whatever it is. And then number two is doing a Siege VOD or a Node War VOD There's no way somebody can do a Siege or Node War VOD playing at 0 FPS. It's not possible.
I've reviewed console.
There's nothing to review.
I've reviewed console VODs on my stream before.
I understand that, but yes, okay. If you're reviewing a VOD and you want to play it frame by frame on how Siege really is on an actual fight, not a pass off, there's nothing to review. Every death somebody has, it's accidental kills and it's accidental lag that leads to a death.
So
a lot of it has.
So your argument here, just to sum this up, is that content creators actually can't make content. It's not their fault. It's not their fault that they can't make content.
I'm not saying I'm not saying they can't make content. I'm saying their content that they're able to create is very, very hindered by those 2 points that I just made. Very, very hindered.
You
and
think
it's not the same.
Every job has problems. Everybody has problems. Every job has problems. Like you think that I struggle to get things out as fast as some of the other content creators do as well. Like there's always going to be issues with it, but like that's the thing about content creation is it's your imagination. You're limited by your own imagination, and although part of what you're saying is absolutely correct, it's the job is way easier when the game is just cranking out content or when the game is doing super well. The job is way easier to maintain like higher viewership during that. But
of course, but the feedback that you guys receive, or that you guys provide to PA, it actually gets received. It gets noticed. It at least gets talked about. The console feedback that we give is garbage. It gets thrown away. Look at that one Siege that Korea had that the game just completely broke. That shit was on the next whatever it was. It was addressed immediately by the company directly. Our Sieges has been screwed for months about optimization. When has it ever been addressed to the public console and PC platform?
So you misunderstand that content creators on the PC side of things, you think that like our feedback somehow gets heard more than yours does. No,
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying your feedback at least gets addressed. That prime example that I just gave.
What I just said.
The specific example that I just gave is that Korean Siege that completely broke the game. It was immediately addressed, was it not?
What the Korean Siege? Well, that's our Korean content creators. So Korea has always gotten. Do not compare us. Do not compare the other content creators with the Korean content creators. KR has always received more attention than every single other aspect of the game, console, PC, NA, EU, SA, what have you. It is KR always gets more feedback. Their feedback actually reaches them. They're the ones that want to listen to everything, right? When it comes to like, you need to understand that in our partner program, they actually told us that, hey guys, we came up with this new way for you guys to submit feedback. We're actually going to have you do it on the forums. And then everyone was like, wait, isn't that what everyone else does? And they were like, yeah, that's the great part. And so like our way of giving feedback is exactly like yours. And most of the time it feels like we are talking to a brick wall, like a solid brick wall when it comes to trying to give feedback to Perlibus. It is only very recently that, by the way, this only came about because the Koreans started literally like rioting in the streets. And then we started doing like, we started collabing as like regions. Like now it does feel like, okay, some of our feedback seems to be reaching Perlibus's ears, which is why my advice to everybody in this call was, don't ever stop trying to give feedback. You need to keep giving feedback. You need to keep trying. You need to keep complaining about it, because although you're falling on deaf ears and it might seem that way for years at a time, you might actually get it might actually get through, right? That's the whole point of this right here. But like that, I think is a totally separate issue than what we were talking about before. What we're talking about before is the accountability of the content creator to make content even when the game doesn't have like new content to necessarily feed off of. Everyone can make content when the job is easy. If the new region is out, guess what? Everybody's streaming. That's the easy part of the job. It's really hard to make content when there's nothing new with the game. There's nothing different today about going live today. You have to just come up with something new, come up with a plan for today. That's hard. That's what makes the job like harder. And no one gives a shit about that. Like the viewers don't care about that.
I agree
you
with
just
you.
gotta
I agree
figure
with
that
what
out.
you're saying there. I agree with what you're saying there, but just one thing that I kind of just took from what you said, one line that really stood out with me that I just have to address as a rebuttal is you said you can't compare Korea to PC NA.
Yeah,
That's
you
one
can't
thing that you
at
just
all.
said a few seconds ago.
Like,
but
in
earlier in
terms
the
of
stream, you were
feedback.
saying
Well, in
console and
terms of
PC is not
feedback.
much different. So that you're saying they
Oh,
have
I'm
close
talking
comparison.
about two different group of people. Jumps, I'm talking about two totally different people. When I talk about, I'm talking about feedback. When you talk about KR giving feedback and NA giving feedback, you can't compare the two. KR actually gets to have a voice. When we're talking about, when I said console and NA are like relatively the same, I was talking about Twitch, like the amount of viewership that you're able to obtain on Twitch, like the opportunities there on Twitch. Yes, you can like. Yes, you can absolutely get viewership as a console streamer. I know Call of Duty console players get just as many or more streamers using it, or more and more viewers.
That's not the same.
It's not the same, bro.
Guys,
not the same at all.
Stop making excuses for why we can't make content. That's what I'm trying to get at. Stop making excuses for why you can't make content in your game. That is the bottom line. Like you need to stop pointing the finger at every single other person in your life and saying that they're the problem, they're the reason you can't succeed. If you can't succeed, point the finger at yourself and say, I need to make better content. How can I do it better? It's not Pearl Abyss's fault. Like the reason that we had this like state of console thing is not so that you guys could get more viewers. It's so that the community could benefit as a result of like using a platform that was slightly big or like bigger than everyone else's to, like for you guys, at least with regards to people in this call, it's to combine all of your platforms together and try to get some feedback to Pearl Abyss so that your game overall could improve. Okay, that's the fundamental reason why we're here. But if we want to talk about like the content creation side of things, the reason that you're not being successful as a content creator is because you need to put more effort into it. And if you don't want to, that's totally fine. If you just want to hit that go live button every day and just stream your grind or stream your AO, like you're like going around the world and killing people, that is totally fine. There is nothing wrong with that. That is content. You can be in the partner program. That's fine. But don't complain that it's like the game's fault that you can't grow. This is what I'm trying to say.
So you don't think content creation has anything to do with originality, because everything that's on console is non-original compared to what you guys are getting on PC.
Because you aren't making it original. Okay, like when I started content creation,
what can possibly be made original on console that hasn't been originally done on PC? That's my question.
Do something different, man. Like when I started doing content creation, do you
the
think
only thing
anyone
I'm
else
doing
did VOD
different is
reviews?
playing with 0 FPS.
Like, do you think that anyone else did VOD reviews, really? Like, yeah, of course they did. Norelio was doing VOD reviews all the time. I was the one that kind of popularized it, though, because I did it much more consistently, and I was drawing on the screen. I added stuff to it. I added the reaction cam, too, to make it, like, more entertaining for people. The game, bro, half the time when I'm streaming, I'm life skilling. I'm bartering. This isn't new content. This isn't any different than anyone else in the category is doing it. I'm just doing it in a unique way. I'm interacting with my chat more, just like Reform said before. I'm just interacting with my chat a lot more than they are, and in a more unique way than they are. Like, you just have to be entertaining. The game itself is not entertaining. Let's be honest. 99% of Black Desert's gameplay, it sucks, man. We don't want to watch this shit. We don't watch Choice because he can go in circles 8 hours a day. We watch Choice because he's incredibly entertaining. He interacts with his chat. He answers questions all the time. Like, we watch Biceptimus for the same reason. Also, he's super hot. Like that's a big reason why we watch people on Twitch as a general rule, is just like, you know, being attractive helps tremendously. But like console is no different. You play by the same rules that the rest of us do when you come into Twitch. You have to be entertaining. You've got to be entertaining. And if you feel like you can't be entertaining, then go back to the drawing board and try to come up with something that makes your stream more entertaining than the guy sitting next to you.
The most viewership console has ever produced, I think, streamers with viewers, the most viewed content on a consistent basis has never been life skilling, has never been streaming new content, has never been patch reviews. The only two things that come to mind was when I was a partner, I was doing partner podcasts. I was bringing in EU creators, and I was bringing NA creators. That was one thing that had hundreds and hundreds of viewers.
Perfect. That's good.
And then
More
following
like
that I can think that I can actually think of in game, the most viewers is open world, like griefing tier spots. When tiers weren't free, you had to force people to spend money to purchase tiers. That was the most viewed content that was on Twitch, whoever was doing it, whether it was myself, whether it was Zimply. I know, myself and him were the two people that would stream open world, PvP tier content. And that was the most viewed Twitch content by far, and it wasn't even close. And then
it's different than what everyone else is doing. Yeah.
And then Sly Nations, that's another prime
proved my
example as
point.
well. But now there's no such thing. You can't do that anymore.
You can make the podcast. Who tells you can't make the podcast?
No, not the podcast, not the podcast. I'm talking about the open world PvP griefing like that. It's not the same. The viewership is not the same. It's so stale. There's not enough people. Back then you were in Histria. Histria was our main grind spot. You could, for just me and one other person,
Okay,
you
so
could
you
see
gotta
30
adapt.
people just pulling up for 2 people. Now it's
You
not
gotta
like that
adapt.
at all.
Yeah, I get
So-
it. You do need to adapt. You gotta go to something else, right? That podcast works, and I guarantee you it would still work. Jumps, you did that podcast. Hey, I bet you get a couple hundred viewers for sure, right? Like that.
Yeah, but
You're not
it's-
wrong. But see, that's unique content. That's
but
exactly what I'm
starting
saying.
a podcast to have a conversation is no different than me going to Starbucks and just having, a conversation with someone that goes absolutely nowhere. Having a podcast is supposed to collect feedback for it to be reported to who it needs to be addressed to. If they're not doing anything with the feedback, that's me just talking for zero reason for 30 minutes to an hour about something that's never going to be addressed or done correct.
Do you think that, like, my old Moon podcast? Do you think that people like watch this? And I think that the things in the game are actually going to change because I have done. This is episode 45. I've done this for almost a full year. Every single week for a full year is the Old Moon podcast. And to be clear, it's consistently the lowest viewed. Of the content that I do, it is consistently the lowest. However, I keep doing it because there's dedicated people that will watch it, and no one else does a podcast like this. Like I was telling you before, and you proved my point. If you're doing something entertaining that is different than the other people around you, you will get views. And you proved my point by saying, yeah, I used to do like the top content I did was like that podcast thing. Exactly, because no other console player was pulling other people into the call and talking about it. Like, I don't do this Old Moon podcast because I think that the developers are listening to the Old Moon podcast and that things are actually going to change. We complain about the game all the time in the Old Moon podcast. I don't do it because they necessarily think change is going to come from it. I do it because it's really good content that people enjoy watching. Even if they don't necessarily enjoy watching it on YouTube as much, it's still really solid content. And like, again, you proved my point with the Arsha thing. You can go around Arsha and kill people. I don't really see very many console creators doing that very often. Like mainly because, like
That's
you said,
all we do. What are you talking about?
well, nowadays there's really not very many people to kill, so you're gonna have to pivot and come up with something different. Like Jumps did before. That podcast idea, that's a great idea. That's super good. Like, you
I think
need
the problem
more
is
stuff like
people
that.
are afraid to start new content in fear that it'll just collapse and they have to revert back to what they started in the first place.
But
so
see,
it prevents them from starting. I'm not
risk
saying
and
it's a
reward.
bad idea, but
But
I
see,
think
yeah, that's the
I think
point, though.
that's
You
the
gotta
number one
try.
issue is
Ooh.
because of consoles' lower overall viewers. I think people are just afraid, well, if I PvP, I could have 45, 50 people watching me. And if I do this other thing and that nobody's seen me do before, I might drop to 10. But I think people need to risk it in
You
order
gotta
to
risk
see
it to get the
something take
biscuit.
off.
That's
yeah,
right.
but no one's risking anything. I think that's the issue.
You
Alright,
got to
Blue,
do something different.
Blue, let me. All right, this is coming from a guy that does not. I could care less. I start my stream that has 0 viewers.
Right, okay.
So don't think too much about it, but bro, when it comes down to it, the podcast, it sounds good, but to have a podcast, you need something to talk about. There's nothing to talk about.
The only
on
thing to talk about is what we've been talking about since 1940. We need optimization. Period.
Well, you could always talk about what is going on necessarily with PC and what or maybe what you might use. Again, I've been doing this podcast for 45 weeks. We were on week 10 and we were like, shit, bro, what are we going to talk about today, man? We don't know. Bro, you could talk about, there's so many things on console that are different than PC. You were talking about it before, how there's different alchemy
FPS,
recipes
yeah.
for stuff and FPS, right? Yeah. I mean, if you want to narrowly focus on the performance is shitty. Yeah, we hashed over that a number of times. But you just got to be creative with what you're talking about every week.
Mr. Blue, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, man.
It's time. Hop on console, 0 to 700 gear score. Prove us wrong. Let's see the content.
What
Bring
what,
it
what do you
forward.
mean?
Bring it to the table.
What do you
Hop
mean?
on console. Make a brand new account.
Okay.
0 to 700 gear score, just like Choice.
Yeah.
Stream it. YouTube video it. Make that content. Prove us wrong.
Prove us wrong for what? That's the same content everyone else is doing. Why would I do that? Do you realize that
Prove
this
us,
right here?
prove us that there can be content on console other than just the same thing that we've been saying for the past hour and a half.
Well, see, that was again, you've missed my point. That's the same content that everyone else is doing. Is go to console, let's just grind in a circle, or let's do some PvP, and then like that's it, right? You gotta bring something new to the table. Do something different.
So what would you bring new to the table if you came to console? That's my question.
I don't know. Something like this. This is the first time I've ever tried to make content for console. This is the very first time I've ever gone out of my way to make console content for at least my platform. And I think that this is actually going pretty well. And I would like to point out that right now I have 984 viewers. Does it look like the viewership is any lower because there's console in my title? No, I would argue that I have more viewers than I normally would have right now because console is in my title. Which again proves my point. Yeah, I say it's higher right now. You know why? Because I'm doing something different. Like everybody wants, even there's a lot of PC people in chat right now going, damn, I guarantee you there's people in chat right now that have been here the whole time, not because they really care about necessarily what's happening on console, but they're like, damn, bro, that take was crazy. Or man, they want to hear what console players have to say, right? That's that's content. You know what I mean? Like you guys could totally do this. Go ahead, Gilla.
Yeah, I just got back. Sorry, I had DM'd you earlier, but I know
yeah,
you was
I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
But I've been listening while I was driving and stuff, and I can say this, man. For you personally, right? Can I be blatantly honest?
Of course. Just don't cancel me.
A lot of us, nah, man. A lot of us on the console side respect you. A lot of us, look up to you, whether we're content creators or just gamers in general. Because me and you had a lot of conversations prior, like years, months ago. Because I always hop in your stream and stuff, right? But
right.
You're a bigger streamer on the PC side. So whenever you do, so like you're just saying, like, okay, you're doing this podcast for us, and you're getting more views than what you normally would. That's because most of the console people are coming through to also watch. If we were to put ourselves in your shoes right now, right, and do the same stream just without you, we wouldn't have this.
Well,
point blank, period.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
But
We
to be
wouldn't
clear,
have this
you would
turnout.
have more than normal,
we
though.
probably wouldn't have quartered of this turnout.
But you're not wrong. But
why don't we try it?
You would have more than you would normally. Don't compare this is apples and oranges. You need to compare yourself, to your normal viewership. Do you think that you would have more than your normal viewership if you did this exact same thing and you told the whole console community, hey, we're pulling all the boys together and we're going to talk about this? You're telling me honestly right now that you would not have more viewership for that stream.
Hold on. We tried this in the past. This is not the first. So this is the first time, like, a PC person has actually reached out, which we all appreciate. I don't know if nobody said that to you, but
of course, I love all of you guys
because we need the spotlight to help console out. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, if we were to do this on the console side, bro, which we did in the past, like there's multiple times, like I know I wasn't here when World spoke earlier and stuff, but there's multiple times in the past, like I've been in the partnership creator program for years now. We have tried like a lot of different things to try to
so many times
be creative, think outside the box. I've done open world tournaments that nobody really turned up for. I did it multiple times. I've did it with Guido. I've did it with Sly. I've did it with Sebs. We did I did like a whole class competition, which I didn't see anybody, because you said think outside the box, which is I try to put my best foot forward when it comes down to like thinking outside the box, come up with content. So what I've noticed with a lot of people didn't do on the PC side, I'm gonna give you a few examples. I've noticed like no one on PC really did like open world content, like class v class. Like, so say for example, you have like 5 archers versus like 5 zerkers, and I know a lot of people talk about mismatch, you know what I'm saying, who counters who or whatever, but I did it for fun because no one else was doing it, right? I also came up with the idea, like I pitched it to Guido, a few other Sly back in the day, of like another idea was basically coming up with like affiliation fights instead of the boring GVGs, Node War Siege, which everybody's used to that typical PvP in the community. I came up with like affiliation, and what I mean by affiliation on console, we have a group that's called Goomba Squad, right? run around, they fuck people up, you know, they're a bunch of friends, and they gave me the idea of like, okay, we could probably do something like this on console where I can put it out there, tell people to come up with their groups with their friends, run whatever lineup you want to run, and we can run 5v5s open world all day and see who's the better group or who's the better affiliation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've also run events like those that I just brought up, also with costume competition. I noticed a lot of people on console didn't care about costume due to the fact like it didn't generate a lot of viewers. I also picked up on that, but me trying all of this different stuff and with some of what the content creators did say, because I was here for a lot of that shit because I've been in a partnership program so long, we didn't really get the support. You know, like you said, like sometimes you as a content creator, you have like a certain idea, you would like to have like a certain rewards for your community. You know how that goes with PA. You know how that conversation goes. You're pretty much get hit with like, okay, this is what the reward's going to be when you try to be creative with certain things. But I'm not saying nothing that you said was wrong. You know, when it comes down to content creation, you know, it's up to the person to come up there and go out there and do it. But on the console things, I kind of agree with like what Sebs, Live, Guido, Zeno, Lord Squidious. I agree, J Ray. I agree with a lot of them saying. I also agree with what you're saying. But on the console, things play out a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? When it comes on to like us putting stuff like what Seb said, like, you know, versus us putting content out that's already been out there for years, it's kind of dry on the console side. It's not saying he's not saying it can't be done. It's just saying like it doesn't really get a good
Not
reception.
original. It's already
You know what I'm
been
saying?
done.
And on console, I'm gonna be blatantly honest again about how console community is, because as a content creator, you gotta be able to identify what your audience like and what they don't like, right? That's one of the things you gotta do. One of the main things you gotta do as a content creator is figuring out what your fan base appreciates and what they don't appreciate. And I think what happened to a lot of the console content creators, we all get caught up in that PvP mind frame, because we realize you see Sly out there, you see Guido throwing tournaments, and it's PvP. And not only PvP, we strive off drama on console. If you got drama, you get, I'm telling you, Blue, you don't got to do nothing. If you got drama or dirt on somebody, bro, you have the most views in the world on console. And that's where most of the viewership comes from. Nobody really cares, unless like you're talking shit about Sacred, Flow, or Arsha, or, you know what I'm saying, is some stupid drama, or you're in a GVG and you're being zerged the fuck down, you're at node and you're constantly pressing X. You know what I'm saying? You're high-fiving the node manager every time. You got a whole guild down there in your head, and that's what console finds entertaining. You know, drama and zerg fest.
All right, I'm gonna hit you with something.
Literally.
What if I told you that PC is exactly the same way?
Oh, I know it's the same way,
I feel like
bro,
Morpheus right now.
Yes,
like literally, there are entire channels on PC built around that drama content. To name one for starters would be Neptune's.
Okay.
Like they just build their entire channel around starting shit and constantly having drama and beef with other content creators all the time.
And so you see, so I'm gonna go back to something that you said earlier while I was driving, right? Because I was actively listening, right? So you said that when it comes on the content, like you showed the podcast earlier, you was in the, I think like 40 something right now, the amount of your Old Moon podcast is, right? Yeah. So for me, I tried, because at the time I was trying to find myself as a content creator within the console community. I started off, one of the biggest events that I started pushing was the costume competitions, right? And it got to the point where, like, before, back then, PA wasn't really, you know what I'm saying, we didn't really get a lot of support back then when it came on pushing ideas. So a lot of times, you know, I came out of pocket. I got what other guys talked to them, and we did like, if like, you know, costume giveaways where we gave away, you know what I'm saying, like $50, $100 to each person that won and stuff. But I can tell you this from my personal experience, from me doing those events over the years, it how should I say this? Like it felt like I'm beating a dead horse. Like I keep trying to do it, but it's like it's getting less and less attention because people don't really care for that type of stuff on console. No matter how I try to push it, I do different. It's not just one type of costume contest. I have like, oh yeah, show up to the BA, let me just see your outfits. We try to do it different places. We try to make it more interactive. We try to get people in there judging. We come up with scorecards, all that type of stuff. But
well, here's the thing. Like, all right, I'm gonna be honest. If you guys are struggling to like grow your community based on what's on console, why would you not just reach out to some of the PC streamers and try to collab with them?
I have tried that, Blue. I have tried that.
Where the fuck is the DM? If I go into our DMs right now,
I have tried, man.
I've already
tried, bro. I have tried.
Me and Guido did a podcast with Choice one time last year, I believe.
And
It
I
was
bet
fine,
it
it was
got
good.
I bet it got views too, didn't it? Like,
It did okay. It wasn't that great. In comparison to some other things, it was whatever.
Yeah, I mean that was during a time when I wasn't like partnered or anything. So,
well, even
but,
still,
yeah, I mean,
like
I get your point. I get what you're saying. Like, would it perform better than normally? Yes. Yeah.
But Blue, we can cuss and shit, right? We Gucci to
yeah,
do that,
no,
right?
yeah, as long as you're not
All
saying
right.
bad words, you know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people on console are dick riders. Let me just say that, right?
Bro,
They're
it's
fucking dick
PC is
riders.
full of dick riders. You understand that 2 weeks ago there was a
riders,
video
man.
released
You know what I'm
about
saying?
me because
Shout
I
out to the
mental
real ones out
boomed.
there. There's a
I
lot of dick
mental
riders on
boomed in
console.
Siege, and it was passed around like a street hooker to every major BDO Discord. Like it was clipped in the worst possible way and tried to pass around. Bro, they love just absolutely shoving it down my throat. Nah, shit, bro. But a decent percentage of my viewership is watching me so that they can clip it and it'll go to posterity because they love watching me look like a clown. It is
just
what
like
it
how
is.
my chat clicked me into a deaf
think
person.
for-
I know exactly what you're going through.
I
You
think
know
for
what I'm saying?
console, I was probably the first person to do, like, actually go and make a PC account on both NA and EU. And I went and did 1v1s with various different top streamers from PC, NA, and EU.
Right.
And it's not like the viewership was out of the water just because
Well, you can't
PC people
expect it to
were
be.
incorporated.
I used to do big events like that all the time. I used to like what I would have considered really big events. I would put all this work and effort into it, and my viewership would just be like, slightly better than normal, right? But like the idea is that sometimes you just have to keep doing that. Like that's how content works. Sometimes it hits really hard, sometimes it doesn't. But you put in the work, and that you hope for the best. In a lot of cases, you just put out the best production that you possibly can, the best content that you possibly can, and you hope for the best.
Blue,
Yes.
I feel like that's what a lot of us here on console like. I feel like when you look at some of the OG content creators, I feel like some of them might at the point right now due to how our relationship with PA over the years, some of the stuff we've been through with some of these newer content creators have not seen, or they don't really understand. So I feel like some of the guys, like you heard Rodello what he had to say, you heard live,
right.
Pain and Lord Squidious are like some of the OGs, right? They'll tell you, like, they're probably at the point right now, Sebs also, right? They're probably at the point where they feel burnt out. You know what I'm saying? When it comes on to like you trying to put out stuff. And I'm one of the guys.
It's a grind, man. Everybody gets burned out of the grind sometimes. Even me. I totally get that. Yeah, absolutely.
It took me 2.5 years to get in the content creator program, right? I was somewhat like blacklisted at first due to the fact that I cussed a lot and I speak my mind, which like they were like kind of like nervous about me due to the fact like I spoke my mind, and if they were scared like if they say certain stuff to me that I'll just go back out and say it to the community. You know what I'm saying? But so I had to work on myself a lot when it came on to like trying to get with people. But it took me 2.5 years of me applying 3 times a week to get into the partnership program. So it wasn't easy for me to get in here. So I put in a lot of work.
Took me like 8 applications. Took me like 8 applications to try to get into the video partner program. Over a year.
So when, go ahead, Croc. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, bud.
But what I was meant to tell you, Blue. So earlier, right, with the whole, how should I put? I'm trying to put this in a way where it doesn't sound ignorant.
Bro, you don't have to worry about sounding ignorant to me, man. I get it. Just go ahead. Just
no, it's not to you, but to the to the audience that's watching and stuff. Console, like when it comes down to content creation on console, it's very hard, man. Like I speak to Guido a lot of times, and because he's one of the bigger ones on our side when it comes on to creating events and how organized it can be and stuff. Like I try to ask Guido like for ideas, and I always try to like man, I try to dap him up and let him know, like, man, I know you put in some hard work. I know a lot of people don't tell you thank you and shit like that. Try to motivate him to keep him going, because a lot of times we speak and we realize, like,
I respect it. It's hard, man.
I try to keep him motivated. That's literally what my whole community is based on. I try to keep all the partners wanting to play the game, the ones who actually interact with me. You know what I'm saying? I try to speak to them. I try to stream for my community as a way of keeping them motivated due to the terrible times we're going through on console. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times I don't get up and do the events anymore because let me give you a few ideas. When I tried to do the podcast in the past, right? Because you brought up the podcast idea. When I pitched the idea to people, they told me I was following Tros. Tros was one of the first guys on console who did podcasting and stuff like that.
Bro,
so people instantly bash me They
Okay,
bashed
well,
me instantly for
Croc.
coming up with the idea of picking it up
All right.
due to the fact that no one else was doing it, right?
All right, well, Croc, understand that everything in content is copied from an idea from another creator. Like that's how it
Yes.
works. Like you look at me, like where do you think I got my Old Moon podcast idea? I got it from Frosty. Frosty's Value Pack podcast was a great idea, and I just basically took that idea and I made it my own, right? But like do you think that React content was like this new like cutting edge idea that like I came up with, right? Like you just gotta take other people's ideas and then you say, okay, I can do this, but I can do it in this way, right? Like and you put your own spin on it, right? Like nothing is like necessarily new anymore. And of course there's always going to be people that call you a copycat. No one gives a shit if the content is good. If the content is good, no one cares if you're copying it. Even like it just doesn't matter. Just make the content good. You know what I mean?
That's 90% of YouTube content. It's regurgitated. It's sometimes it's not even spin differently. It's just the same shit. It's the same thing, and it's been that way. I've been doing that for 7 years, and it's worked out multiple times. You don't have to be original. Like it's not a thing that happens. People just watch you to watch you. I made a Pal World breeding guide, and people watched it, and somebody already did that before me. Didn't matter. Still got views. Didn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Okay,
It's not about it being original necessarily.
Right. Okay. To be clear, I'm only speaking on this because Whirl happened to bring it up, and like I don't really know if anyone's being lazy in the console content creator program. My definition of lazy is different than other people's. Like I've been in the space for about 2 years now. Most of that is as a part-time creator, so I understand what it's like to have a real life and want to keep your job and then like kind of do content on the side. I get that, and I understand that a lot of content creators, they're not going to run events. They're not going to make YouTube videos. Their content is like running around Arsha, like Zerodin, for example. He just runs around Arsha and just like kills people all the time, right? Huntler does very similar content. He just runs around, does node wars and stuff, right? But like that's really good content. Does that mean they're lazier than the person standing next? Absolutely not. They just have a different take on content. So like I didn't mean in any way to call anybody in this call lazy or anything. I just I wanted to talk on it based on what Whirl said. Like just because you're not running events does not make anyone in this call lazy. And I also want to be clear that like it doesn't, like your guys' success is in your hands. However, it's content creation, so you can think outside the box. Like if you guys, for example, I'll just use myself. You guys could just come to me and be like, hey Blue, could we do like a collab stream or something? I'd be like, sure, absolutely. What do you want to do? What do you have in mind? Right? Like I'm sure, and Choice is exactly the same because like, you know, you asked him to do a collab podcast and he absolutely did it too. I'm sure that Bicep would be open to it. A lot of those creators would be open to doing stuff like that. And I think that a big part of bridging the gap of your content, you're like, oh man, no one wants to watch console stuff. Then bridge it with PC, goofball. Like then bring in PC creators and bridge that gap in a way. There's a number of different things that you can kind of do for that. Like there's, and
so
if you want to ask me in DMs, I can do that. Go ahead,
our content is PC. Is you want us to leverage and edify PC, but PC's content, they don't need to edify anyone else. They're edifying themselves.
That's not necessarily.
How is that fair from a creator perspective?
Oh, nothing is fair, Jumps. Nothing is fair.
I think it's more so he's the fact is saying is like we need to collab and merging communities together.
I did
even
that
our
PC
own
collaboration shit. And
it's not even just PC, even our own communities, merging us, our content creators, like as content creators, merging our communities together, and then, you know, getting opinions, talking about the game, or even just getting us content creators like Jumps. Like I wanted to ask you, when's the last time you did that podcast? Like just roughly.
There's just no point of doing it when.
That's not what I asked. When was the last time you tried to produce
a year and a half ago? Probably
the last time he did that was when he was still there with everybody. I remember because me and Guido were there for that. It was about a year and a half.
Okay,
almost 2 years.
Did it about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And
so
then
now that we have
the link, I sent them the link. I sent one of the CMs the link. I don't want to name drop who.
No, do not.
I think other people sent it as well. And he said, you know, we don't have time to, you know, to watch all of this. Can you summarize it?
I do remember that.
Well, shit, bro. They got a job to do, man. Like
isn't their job to?
Their job is to manage the community, but you understand that the community is many thousands of people. So like I can't.
Yeah, but the feedback that was correlated in that podcast was at the time, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, was probably the most prime state of PvP and like just any content or console, hands down.
Do you think
Do you
that I
mind if I
feel
just,
any
like-
differently when I do my UN podcast?
Can I just finish,
I
like,
feel
my
exactly
thought
the
off of
same
that?
way, but like, yeah, go ahead, Reform. Sorry.
Okay, so the whole reason I brought it up, and it's not a negative thing, the state of BDO now, the state of BDO a year and a half ago is not the same. People play the game differently. There's new faces.
just
There's
ass
new
now.
content creators.
True.
Like, we have different opinions, different people involved. The creator program's redone. You've got people like me, and you've got people like Whirl who are brand new to the program. And yeah, you guys may not value our opinions as people who've been playing the game since day one, but we still have opinions. We still made it to the creator program. We're still talking to an audience. What's wrong with talking to each other in front of our audience? The problem is there's no conversation. There's no conversation. We're just sitting here
nobody just
complaining the
reaches
whole
out, though.
time about how the game sucks. And yes, we're going to complain to the developer. We're not talking to each other. Why can't we talk to each other?
Collab with each other, talk with each other.
There's nothing against that. We
there's
we
nothing
can do
against
that.
collab.
But why
We
is
just
it
don't.
if
Like, none of us do it. We just don't. We just don't do it. We're retarded.
Okay,
That's it.
so let's start it.
There it
Let's
is.
start it.
There
I'll
it
lead
is.
it.
My boy.
I'll lead it, dude. Yeah,
There
like,
it is.
if that's what it takes, I'll lead it, dude.
Like, yeah, it ain't no issue with doing collabs, you know.
That's all I wanted to say. Like, I'll lead it. I'll upload it. Like, I'll do what it takes. But like, the problem is, like, we're complaining about there's no content, but we're not trying to work with each other to create it. Like, yes, there is issues in underlying the overall content, but we're not trying to make content with each other by merging communities. You think I have the same community as somebody else in this? Like, you think Croc and I got the same community?
I wouldn't say.
You think Raydello and I have the same community? No, we have different viewerships. People are going to look at it differently, right? Why not sit and have a conversation once a week or every patch? Why don't we just sit there and chat about it?
Sorry, some of my chatters are so stupid. Dude. They're dumb, but he's not wrong. Like the last time Jumps that you ran that podcast was what, a year and a half ago? I think if you ran it, you'd be snowballing viewers much more effectively. You know what I mean? Like, you stopped because you just gave up on trying. Like, I think where we have a disconnect. I think where we have a disconnect here, Jumps, is your definition of content is something that has a meaningful impact on like the game state, right? Like if you're feeling being heard by the developers and that is like content, and like if you're not being heard by the developers, then it's not content, and that's just simply not the case. If I took away all of the aspects of my platform that the developers didn't hear, I'd be left with like 0 videos and 0 Twitch streams, right? Like, as far as I'm aware. So like you gotta just set aside trying to be this grandiose, like, I'm gonna have this impact on the game, because the brutal truth of the matter is you're not. Whether you're me or you or Choice or Bicep or a Korean streamer, you're probably just not gonna have like this global impact that you think you're gonna have. And if you do, that's incredible, but it shouldn't be what you're shooting at as a content creator. What you're shooting at is getting people to watch your content and getting involved in the discussion, right? Like, that's content, right? So like, don't try to make content with the purpose of trying to reach the developers. That is how you're going to burn yourself out. I think that's where our disconnect is kind of coming in here, is that like your
content doesn't always have to be that game related either. If BDO dies tomorrow, your community is still going to be there for you, or maybe they won't, but like, you're going to be, you're a personality on the internet. If people wanted to watch BDO played in the prime state of whatever, they're gonna watch the top end streamers. People still pull up to all of our streams. There's a reason they watch us, right? They like your personality. They like what you give out. If you just,
bro, I'm sorry, bro, but hell no, the motherfuckers ain't, the bitches ain't coming with you, bro. You might retain 10%, bro. You gonna retain 10%, maybe.
Right, but if you jump to another game, what happens? You're in a new community.
Hell yeah,
you
gonna
get
keep
new people. There's always new
10%.
players coming in.
Yeah, you gonna have to find a new place, a new home, baby.
I'm gonna keep it 100. If I stopped streaming tomorrow, they would just go find somebody else to watch.
Yeah, you tripping on that one, bro. Them
that's
motherfuckers
just
are
how
gone,
it
bro.
is. Like, it is what it is.
The motherfuckers are gone. As soon as you tell them I'm about to end stream, as soon as you said I'm about, the already found somebody else to watch.
Yeah, I know,
you can
right?
just imagine.
That's why you
same
don't say
mindset
that
to
unless
you
you're
talking
ending
about
the
you're gonna
stream.
go,
right? Like that's why you don't say that unless you're ending the stream, bro. You don't mess with it, bro, because people are like, oh, he's ending. We're going. Where are we going?
Tabs open with like 5 different streams.
Exactly.
Them motherfuckers already clicking on that shit, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
right. I
You
stopped
can
streaming
stream
this
video
month.
and at your peak have 100 viewers and be like, hell yeah, I'm doing good. Swap games, go play Smite or some shit. Your shit sitting at 3. You got your one homeboy that you grew up with in high school. Yeah, man, you going crazy.
People, the bottom line is people want to watch entertainment when they come to Twitch. They want to be entertained. And like, if you're the most entertaining, they'll watch you. But if you're not streaming, they'll just go watch the next most entertaining person. Like they don't care. Like they're just gonna go watch somebody else that's somebody different. That's just kind of how it is because it's like a TV show, right? Like, if you don't like what you're watching, you just change the channel. It is what it is. But like obviously there's aspects to it where like you have a community and they're gonna come watch you, you know, like, but that I would argue that again just proves the rule that like they're really just watching you because they find you more entertaining than anyone else. That's the general goal. Yeah, I didn't want to insult anybody and jumps, you know, like I wasn't trying to like directly argue with you. I didn't take anything personally. Hopefully you didn't.
It's
like we were just trying to communicate.
I don't take shit personal, man.
Okay, perfect.
At all.
Yeah, like I'm not trying
I take
to like
zero personal.
I know I had some like reality checks going on in there, like we're just trying to communicate with each other, guys. I have absolutely no hard feelings about anything. Hopefully you guys didn't take anything personally either. Like I'm really just trying to give you some genuine advice that helped me out when I was starting.
Oh yeah, big facts. I definitely appreciate you taking the time off for doing a podcast for console because be honest, a lot of people don't give a about the redheaded stepchild, man. A lot of us, you know, they just leave us in the garbage can rotten with the maggots and stuff. So it means a lot for us that you actually took the time out, you know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I appreciated that you guys took it seriously. I appreciate that you guys took it seriously and you came out and did it. Like because this is my very first attempt at like console content. I'll be honest with you. I look at my numbers all the time and try to figure out what I could be doing better. This is great. This is a W. I think more console content for me in the future is just an absolute win. Like when you like, you know, it's tough to argue with numbers, right? So like, yeah, I mean, this is just an objective W. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to come out and do like a 0 to 700 gear score, but like I'm already trying to do that on EU. It's hard enough managing 2 accounts. But like, you know, like I wouldn't mind making more console content in the future. If you guys want to collab, I'm absolutely all game for it. Hopefully this kind of opens up discussion with us. If you guys have anything to add, now's the time to do it because we're kind of wrapping this up here. I know we got off topic towards the end there. I'll probably cut out most of the ending discussion there because like I really want to keep like the YouTube video about like the state of console and not really about the content creators necessarily. I think that's a separate issue entirely. But like, yeah,
I definitely got something I'd like to say to
Go ahead.
You know, the people in the stream, in whether you're console or PC, man, us guys on the console part, man, we would greatly appreciate you guys coming through and supporting us. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us, I know you guys heard like that some of the content creators might be lazy or not lazy. We're here to tell you, like, yo, we always put our best foot forward when we come out there and we try to stream. You know what I'm saying? So just come out there and support us. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can ask for. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys coming on. I will absolutely try to continue supporting consoles in the best way that I can. If I haven't, I do have a couple good ideas that again I'm not really interested in sharing like live. But like if you guys want to collab on some of those ideas or talk about them, we can absolutely share that.
Yeah, absolutely down for that.
Yeah, but like
absolutely.
Yeah. So just let me know. I thought this was a very productive discussion. Obviously, sometimes we got off the rails a little bit, but I think that is part of being good. Like having a good podcast is having people disagree with each other on stuff. So like having good discussions is important, and it's important to the longevity of the game. So thanks so much for coming on, guys. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and bounce out.
Thank you so much, Blue, for hosting this.
Thanks so much for giving console the voice that it needs.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, no.
Thanks for letting me in later. Appreciate it.
Yeah, later taters, guys.